Story 1. I found out my best friend had been sleeping with my fiancé for months while I was planning our wedding. So I did something that shocked everyone. My name is Rachel, and I'm about to tell you how the best day of my life turned into the worst betrayal I could ever imagine. 3 weeks before what was supposed to be my dream wedding, I sat in my apartment surrounded by cream envelopes, each one carefully addressed in my own handwriting. "Are you sure about the seating arrangement?" Maya asked, holding up our chart. She'd been my best friend since college, and honestly, I don't know how I would have managed any of this without her. While other friends had drifted away after getting married or moving for work, Maya had always been there. "Put them near the back," I said, addressing another envelope to David's boss. "You know how loud they get after drinks?" Maya laughed, that familiar sound that had gotten us through late-night study sessions and heartbreaks. "Remember when your cousin brought that karaoke machine to your birthday?" "Don't remind me." I sealed another envelope. "At least at the wedding, we'll have actual entertainment." The venue was perfect, a restored Victorian mansion with fairy tale gardens. David had initially wanted something modern, but after seeing my eyes light up during our first visit, he'd agreed immediately. That's what I loved about him. He always put my happiness first. "I still can't believe you're getting married before me," Maya said, genuine happiness in her voice. "Remember planning our dream weddings in our dorm? You wanted Hawaii. I wanted the full princess treatment, and you're getting it." I smiled, thinking about the dress hanging in my closet. Layers of silk and lace that made me feel like royalty. Tomorrow was my final fitting, and Maya had promised to come. She'd been to every appointment, every cake tasting, every consultation. Sometimes I joked she was more invested than I was. "Hand me those stamps." As Maya passed them, I noticed her phone buzzing. The screen lit up with a text, but she quickly turned it face down. "Everything okay?" "Just work stuff," she said quickly. There was something off in her tone. "You know how demanding my boss can be." I nodded, though I couldn't shake the feeling she seemed more distracted lately. But we were all stressed with the wedding approaching. David had been working longer hours, claiming his company was going through a busy period. "I can't wait for this to be over," I admitted, sealing the last invitation. "Don't get me wrong. I'm excited to marry David, but this planning is exhausting." "It'll be worth it," Maya said softly. "You two are perfect together." There was something in her voice, a wistfulness I'd never heard before. When I looked up, she was staring out the window with an expression I couldn't read. "Are you sure you're okay? You seem different lately." She turned back with a bright smile that didn't reach her eyes. "I'm fine, just tired. Planning a wedding is hard work, even for the maid of honor." That evening, after Maya left and I dropped off the invitations, I decided to surprise David with dinner. He'd been working so much lately, and I thought a quiet evening together would be nice. I picked up his favorite Thai food and headed to his apartment. I was reaching for my key when I heard voices inside. David was talking to someone, his voice muffled through the door. I paused, key halfway to the lock, when I heard him say something that made my blood run cold. "Can't keep doing this. She's getting suspicious." I pressed my ear closer, heart pounding. A woman's voice responded, but I couldn't make out the words. It was familiar, though someone I knew. "After the wedding," David said more clearly. "We'll figure it out after the wedding." My hand trembled as I finally inserted the key and opened the door, making noise to announce my arrival. "Honey, I'm here," I called out, forcing cheerfulness into my voice. David appeared from the living room, looking flushed. "Hey babe, you're early." "I brought dinner." I held up the bags, scanning his face for guilt. "Who were you talking to?" "Just a work call. You know how it is." He kissed my forehead, but something felt different, mechanical, like going through the motions. Over the next few days, I started noticing things I'd been too busy to see. Little things that probably meant nothing, but together, they painted a picture I didn't want to acknowledge. David had always been punctual, but lately, he'd been coming home later with increasingly creative excuses. Budget meetings that ran long, client dinners, urgent projects that couldn't wait. When I asked for details, he'd give vague responses about corporate stuff and change the subject. Maya was acting strange, too. She'd cancel lunch dates last minute, claiming sudden work emergencies or family obligations. When we did spend time together, she seemed distracted, constantly checking her phone and responding to texts with secretive smiles. "Who keeps texting you?" I asked during our florist appointment. We were finalizing centerpieces, but she'd been on her phone more than listening. "Oh, just this guy I've been talking to," she said, slipping her phone away. "Nothing serious. Since when are you dating someone? Why didn't you tell me? It's really new." I didn't want to jinx it by talking too early. That should have made me happy, but something felt wrong. Maya had never been secretive about guys. She was the type who'd call after every first date to analyze details. The florist showed us arrangements, and I tried focusing on white roses versus cream peonies, but I kept noticing how Maya seemed to know things about the wedding we'd never discussed. "The cream peonies would look beautiful with the gold accents you chose," she said. I stared at her. "What gold accents?" "Oh, I just assumed. Didn't you and David decide on gold table settings?" "We talked about it, but I never told you that. We haven't made a final decision." She fumbled for words. "Maybe David mentioned it when I ran into him at the coffee shop last week." "You ran into David? You didn't tell me that." "It was just a quick hello. He was rushing to work." But David went to the coffee shop on 5th Street every morning, and Maya worked across town. What was she doing there? That night, I mentioned the encounter to David casually. "Maya said she saw you at your usual coffee place." "That's funny. I didn't know she went to that area." "Oh yeah. I think she was meeting a client nearby." He didn't look up from his laptop. She just waved hi. But Maya had said they talked. Someone was lying, and I suspected it might be both. The breaking point came during our final cake tasting. I'd been looking forward to it all week. One of the last big decisions we needed to make together. Maya and David both promised they'd be there at 3 o'clock sharp. I arrived early, excited to finally settle on our cake. 3 o'clock came and went, then 3:15. At 3:30, I called Maya. "I'm so sorry," she said, traffic in the background. "Something came up at work. I'm stuck in a meeting running way over. Can we reschedule? But David will be here any minute. We need to decide today. Just pick whatever you think is best. I trust your judgment completely." After hanging up, I felt deflated. This was supposed to be fun, something we did together. I was sitting alone at a table covered with cake samples when my phone rang again. "Babe, I'm so sorry," David said before I could speak. "Emergency at work. The Peterson account is falling apart and I need to handle it personally. Can we do the cake thing another day?" "You've got to be kidding me." I looked at the beautiful samples, each representing hours of the baker's time. Maya already canceled, too. This is the 3rd time we've rescheduled. I know. I'll make it up to you. Promise. Just pick whatever you want. You have great taste." The baker gave me a sympathetic smile. "Happens more often than you'd think, dear. Wedding planning can be stressful for everyone." I spent the next hour making decisions alone, trying different flavors and imagining their reactions. The chocolate ganache was rich, David would love it. The lemon cream was light, Maya's favorite kind of dessert. As I left with our final cake order, I realized I'd been making lots of decisions alone lately. David had missed our DJ meeting last week, claiming another work emergency. Maya had skipped my final dress fitting, saying she trusted everything would be perfect. But despite missing appointments, they both seemed to know details about decisions I'd made. David mentioned loving the song list before I'd told him what we'd chosen. Maya complimented my dress alterations before seeing them. It was like they were getting information about our wedding from some other source. The afternoon that changed everything started like any Tuesday. I'd taken a half-day off work to handle last-minute wedding errands, picking up rings, confirming catering details, then stopping by David's apartment to surprise him with lunch from his favorite deli. I'd been feeling guilty about how paranoid I'd become. Every innocent interaction seemed suspicious. Every delayed text felt like evidence of conspiracy. Maybe David was right when he said I was just stressed about the wedding. Maybe I was seeing problems that didn't exist. So, I decided to do something spontaneous and romantic like when we first started dating. I picked up turkey club sandwiches and his favorite cookies, planning to surprise him during his lunch break. He'd been working from home that day, needing to focus on a big presentation without office distractions. When I reached his building, I felt that familiar flutter of excitement that came with surprising someone you love. I took the elevator to the 4th floor, balancing lunch bags while fumbling for my key. But as I approached his door, I noticed it was slightly ajar. That was odd. David was obsessive about locking up. I pushed it open gently, expecting to find him on a video call or maybe having stepped into the hallway for a phone call. "David," I called softly, not wanting to interrupt if he was on a work call. No response, but I could hear voices from his bedroom. Low, intimate voices that made something cold settle in my stomach. I should have called out again. I should have made my presence known instead. Some instinct made me set the lunch bags down quietly and move toward the voices like I was approaching a dangerous animal. "I can't keep pretending," I heard a woman's voice say, and my heart stopped. I knew that voice better than my own. "Maya." "I know, baby. I know." David's voice was softer than I'd heard it in months, filled with tenderness that used to be reserved for me. "Just a few more days and then we can stop pretending." I pressed myself against the wall outside his bedroom, my entire body trembling as I strained to hear every word. "This is killing me," Maya continued, emotion clear in her voice. "Watching her plan this wedding, helping her pick flowers and cake flavors, listening to her talk about how excited she is to spend her life with you. I feel like the worst person in the world." "You're not," David said firmly. "We didn't plan this. It just happened. But she's my best friend. She trusts me completely. And here I am in love with her fiancé." The words hit me like physical blows. In love with her fiancé. My fiancé. "I've been in love with you since that night at the wine bar 3 months ago," Maya continued. "Remember when she had to work late and couldn't make dinner? So you asked me to keep you company? We talked for hours about everything except her. 3 months ago. They'd been doing this for 3 months. "I remember," David said, and I could hear the smile in his voice. "You were wearing that blue dress, the one that brings out your eyes. I couldn't stop staring at you. I thought I was imagining it. The way you looked at me, how our conversation flowed. It felt so natural, so right. It was right. This is right." There was a long pause, and I pressed my hand to my mouth to keep from making any sound as nausea rolled through me. "What happens after the wedding?" Maya asked finally. "I can't watch you marry her and then pretend everything's normal. We'll figure it out. Maybe we'll tell her the truth. Maybe we'll wait and then I'll ask for a divorce. I don't know yet, but I know I can't live without you." "A divorce? But you're not even married yet. Why go through with it at all?" "Because calling off a wedding 3 days before would raise too many questions. Her parents have spent a fortune. My whole family is flying in. It's easier to just go through with it and deal with consequences later." The room started spinning. I gripped the wall for support as the full magnitude crashed over me. This wasn't weakness or a mistake they regretted. This was calculated. They were going to let me walk down that aisle, exchange vows with a man who loved someone else, then continue their affair behind my back. I spent the rest of that day in a haze, mechanically going through normal life while my world crumbled. When David called that evening asking about my day, I somehow managed to sound normal, even cheerful. When Maya texted about final wedding preparations, I responded with the same enthusiasm I'd shown for months. But inside, I was dying. That night, I lay awake staring at the ceiling, replaying every moment of the past 3 months. Every canceled plan, every secretive glance, every time they'd seemed to know something they shouldn't. The signs had been there. I'd just been too trusting, too busy, too in love to see them. By morning, I'd made a decision. I needed proof, real, undeniable evidence of what I'd heard. Because, as devastating as it was, part of me still hoped I'd misunderstood. Maybe they were talking about someone else. Maybe it was some elaborate surprise. Maybe my stressed brain had twisted innocent words into something sinister. I called in sick to work and began the most important investigation of my life. First, I checked David's laptop while he showered. He'd always been careless about passwords, using our anniversary date for everything. His email revealed nothing obvious, but his browser history told a different story. Searches for romantic restaurants downtown, weekend getaways near the city, and how to tell if you're in love with your best friend's boyfriend. That last search hit me like a punch. Maya had Googled it just 2 weeks ago. I screenshotted everything before closing the laptop, hands shaking as I heard the shower turn off. Next, I went through Maya's social media more carefully than ever before. Her recent posts seemed normal on the surface, but when I looked closer, I noticed things. A photo of her coffee cup at the same cafe where David got his morning coffee, posted at the same time he usually stopped by. A picture of her dinner at a restaurant I recognized as David's favorite, taken on a night he'd claimed to be working late. I made a list of dates and times, cross-referencing them with David's excuses and absences. The pattern was unmistakable. The real breakthrough came when I remembered David's old phone. He'd upgraded 2 months ago, but kept the old one in his desk drawer for backup purposes. Men always underestimate how much women remember about their habits. I found it buried under work documents, and miraculously, it still had battery. Even better, he'd never properly cleared his text message history. What I found there destroyed any remaining hope of misunderstanding. Hundreds of messages between David and Maya, going back 3 months exactly. The early ones were innocent enough. Discussions about wedding plans, jokes about my attention to detail, complaints about work stress. But then something shifted. "Thanks for keeping me company tonight. Rachel would have loved that restaurant. I had such a good time. We should do it again soon. I can't stop thinking about our conversation last night." Me too. I feel like I can tell you things I can't tell anyone else. And then, gradually, they became more intimate. "I know this is wrong, but I can't stop thinking about you. I feel the same way. What's wrong with us?" "Nothing's wrong. This feels more right than anything has in a long time. I love you. I know I shouldn't say it, but I do. I love you too. God. I've been wanting to say that for weeks." I scrolled through months of declarations of love, plans for secret meetings, discussions about guilt, and how they couldn't help themselves. They talked about me too, which was almost worse. She asked about the gold table settings today. I almost forgot we hadn't discussed it with her. Be more careful. She's starting to notice things. Sometimes I feel like we're living in an alternate universe where she's planning a wedding that's never going to happen. Don't think about it that way. We'll figure out how to tell her after everything calms down. The messages continued right up until yesterday. While I was picking out wedding favors, they were texting about missing each other. While I was confirming photographer details, they were planning their next secret meeting. I took photos of everything, tears blurring the screen as I documented the complete destruction of my life. 2 years with David, 8 years of friendship with Maya, all built on lies. That night, something fundamental shifted inside me. The devastation was still there, raw and overwhelming, but it was joined by something else. A cold, calculating fury I'd never felt before. I'd spent my entire life being the understanding one, the accommodating one, the one who kept peace and avoided confrontation. When David wanted to postpone our first vacation because of work, I'd smiled and said we could go another time. When Maya forgot my birthday because of family drama, I told her it didn't matter. I'd been so busy being the perfect girlfriend and friend that I'd forgotten I had the right to expect better. Well, no more. I spent hours researching, planning, thinking through every possible angle. If David and Maya wanted to use my wedding as cover for their deception, then my wedding would be exactly where I'd expose them. They wanted to avoid embarrassment? I'd give them embarrassment they'd never recover from. But it had to be perfect. It had to be undeniable. And it had to hurt them as much as they'd hurt me. I started by making a timeline of their affair, cross-referencing text messages with David's work excuses and Maya's mysterious cancellations. The pattern was even more damning when laid out chronologically. They'd been meeting at least twice a week for 2 months, always when they told me they were busy with other things. The restaurant where Maya posted that dinner photo, David had claimed to be working late that exact night. The weekend Maya said she was visiting her sick aunt, David had told me he was at a work retreat. Their lies were so elaborate and coordinated that it must have taken real effort to keep the stories straight. Next, I gathered the most damaging evidence. Screenshots of their love confessions, photos of them together that Maya had clearly tried to keep private, location data showing them at the same places at the same times. I compiled it all into a comprehensive file that told the complete story of their 3-month affair. Then I started thinking about logistics. The wedding ceremony was scheduled for 4 o'clock Saturday afternoon. Maya would be standing right next to me as my maid of honor. David would be at the altar waiting to promise his life to me, while knowing he'd already given his heart to someone else. Perfect. I spent the next day acting completely normal. When David stopped by to discuss last-minute details, I was the picture of a glowing bride-to-be. When Maya called to confirm our spa appointment for Friday morning, I gushed about how excited I was to finally relax before the big day. They had no idea that I was systematically planning their complete and utter destruction. The breakthrough came when I remembered something my cousin, who worked in tech, had told me about creating shareable photo albums for events. You could upload a collection of photos and send a private link to specific people, and they'd receive a notification to view them. It was perfect for sharing wedding photos with family after the ceremony. Except I wasn't planning to share wedding photos. I created the digital album using a fake email address, uploading every piece of evidence I'd gathered, the text message screenshots, the coordinated lies, the proof of their secret meetings, everything that showed the complete scope of their betrayal. I wrote a simple message to accompany it, the truth about Maya and David's 3-month affair, which they planned to continue after my wedding. Then I prepared the recipient list. Both sets of parents, David's groomsmen, Maya's family, close relatives, and mutual friends. People who deserved to know what kind of people they'd been supporting and celebrating. But I wouldn't send the links until the perfect moment. Friday night at the rehearsal dinner, I watched David and Maya play their parts perfectly. David gave a touching speech about how lucky he was to have found his soulmate, how he couldn't wait to spend the rest of his life with me. Maya tearfully talked about watching her best friend find true love, how she'd never seen me happier than I was with David. The guests were charmed. Our parents were emotional. Everyone kept commenting on how perfect we were together, how obvious it was that we were meant to be. I smiled and nodded and played the blushing bride, all while thinking about how satisfying it would be to watch their faces when their perfect facade crumbled in front of everyone they cared about. The morning of my wedding dawned clear and bright, like something from a fairy tale. I woke up at 6 a.m. feeling more rested than I had in days, despite barely sleeping. There was something liberating about finally knowing the truth, about having a plan, about taking back control of my own narrative. Maya arrived at my apartment at 8 o'clock sharp with coffee and croissants, just like we'd planned. She looked beautiful, hair perfectly styled, makeup flawless, wearing the lavender dress we'd chosen together months ago. She was the picture of the perfect maid of honor, ready to support her best friend on the most important day of her life. If only she knew. "Today's the day," she said, setting down coffee with hands steadier than mine felt. "How are you feeling?" "Surprisingly calm," I said. And it was true. The anxiety and doubt eating at me for weeks were gone, replaced by crystal clear purpose. "I feel like everything is finally going to work out exactly the way it's supposed to. That's the sign of a bride making the right choice," Maya said, squeezing my hands. "David is such a good man. You two are going to be so happy together." I studied her face as she said it, looking for any crack in her performance, any sign of guilt or hesitation. But she was flawless. If I didn't know better, I would have believed every word. "I keep thinking about how we used to plan our weddings in college," I said, taking a sip of coffee. "Do you remember what you used to say you wanted most in a husband?" She was checking her phone, probably for messages from David. "You said you wanted someone who would put you first no matter what. Someone who would choose you over everyone else, even when it was difficult." She looked up from her phone, and for just a moment, I saw something flicker across her face. Guilt, fear, recognition. "That's still what I want," she said quietly. "I hope you find it someday." "I hope so, too." The photographer arrived at 10 o'clock, followed by my sister and 2 other bridesmaids. My apartment transformed into a whirlwind of activity. Hair curlers and makeup brushes, champagne glasses, and nervous laughter. Everyone kept commenting on how radiant I looked, how confident and happy I seemed. Some brides are basket cases on their wedding day, my sister said as the makeup artist applied my lipstick. But you look like you're exactly where you're supposed to be. I am, I said, catching Maya's eye in the mirror. Everything is happening exactly according to plan. While the others were getting ready, I slipped into my bedroom and made my final preparations. I queued up the digital album I'd created, double-checking that all evidence was properly uploaded, and the recipient list was complete. I set up a delayed send for the links. They would go out at exactly 4:15 p.m., 15 minutes into what should have been my wedding ceremony. I also prepared a backup plan. I'd printed some of the most damaging text message screenshots and sealed them in elegant envelopes labeled with key family members' names. If the digital plan failed, I had physical evidence ready. But I was confident it wouldn't come to that. Technology had gotten me into this mess by revealing their betrayal, and technology would get me out by exposing them to everyone who mattered. Rachel, Maya knocked on my bedroom door. The photographer wants shots of you in your dress before we leave for the church. Coming? Coming. I called back, taking one last look at my phone. Everything was ready. In 6 hours, the truth would finally come out, and David and Maya would face the consequences of their choices. The wedding dress was even more beautiful than I remembered. Layers of ivory silk and delicate lace with tiny pearls sewn into intricate patterns across the bodice. It had cost a fortune, but looking at myself in the mirror, I felt like it was worth every penny. Not because I was getting married, but because I was about to deliver the performance of my life. Oh my God! Maya breathed when she saw me. Rachel, you look absolutely stunning. David's going to lose his mind when he sees you, added my sister, dabbing at her eyes with a tissue. The photographer captured it all. Maya helping me with my veil, my mother fastening my grandmother's pearl necklace. All of us laughing as we maneuvered my dress into the car without wrinkling it. The church was packed, every pew filled with people who'd driven hours or flown across the country to celebrate what they believed was the happiest day of my life. Afternoon light streamed through stained glass windows, casting rainbow patterns across white roses and baby's breath lining the aisle. I stood in the back vestibule with my father, listening to gentle conversation murmurs and soft organ notes. Through partially open doors, I could see David at the altar, looking genuinely nervous in his black tuxedo. His best man whispered something and he managed a shaky smile. Maya was already at the front, having walked down the aisle moments before to take her place as my maid of honor. She looked beautiful and serene, playing her part perfectly right up until the end. You look radiant, sweetheart, my father said, adjusting his tie nervously. I can't believe my little girl is getting married. Thanks, Dad. I squeezed his arm, genuinely touched by the emotion in his voice. He didn't deserve what was about to happen, but there was no way to protect him from the fallout. I love you. I love you too. David's a lucky man. The music changed, signaling time for my entrance. The congregation rose to their feet, and I could feel their collective anticipation like a physical force. 150 people turning toward the back, waiting to see the bride in all her glory. I took a deep breath and nodded to the wedding coordinator. The doors opened fully, and suddenly I was walking down the aisle on my father's arm, moving slowly and gracefully, just like we'd practiced at rehearsal. The church was even more beautiful than I'd imagined. Every detail was perfect. The flowers, the lighting, the music, the faces of people I loved gazing at me with joy and approval. My mother was crying happy tears in the front row. David's grandmother was smiling and nodding. My college roommate was taking pictures with her phone. This should have been the moment I dreamed about since I was a little girl. Instead, it felt like I was walking toward my own execution, or rather, toward David and Maya's. When I reached the altar, my father kissed my cheek and placed my hand in David's, the gesture that was supposed to symbolize him entrusting me to the care of the man I loved. If only he knew he was handing me over to someone who'd been lying to me for months. You look incredible, David whispered, and for a moment he seemed to forget he was in love with someone else. There was genuine admiration in his eyes, which somehow made everything worse. I smiled at him, the same loving smile I'd been giving him for 2 years. "Thank you." Maya stepped closer, adjusting my train and whispering, "Everything's perfect. You're going to remember this moment forever." She was right about that, just not in the way she meant. The minister began the ceremony with traditional words about love and commitment, about the sacred bond between husband and wife. The irony was almost unbearable. Here we were, surrounded by people celebrating love and fidelity, while the groom and maid of honor were secretly planning to betray everything those words represented. "Marriage is not to be entered into lightly," the minister continued, "but reverently, discreetly, advisedly, and in the fear of God." I glanced at David, wondering if he felt any shame about what he was doing. But he was looking straight ahead, focused on getting through the ceremony without revealing anything. When it came time for vows, the minister turned to David first. "David, do you take Rachel to be your lawfully wedded wife? To have and to hold in sickness and in health, for richer or poorer, for better or worse, forsaking all others, till death do you part?" "I do," David said clearly, his voice carrying across the silent church. The lie was so smooth, so convincing, that I almost admired his acting ability. He was promising to forsake all others while planning to continue his relationship with the woman standing 3 feet away. Then it was my turn. The minister smiled at me kindly, completely unaware he was about to witness something unprecedented in his 30 years of performing ceremonies. "Rachel, do you take David to be your lawfully wedded husband? To have and to hold, in sickness and in health, for richer or poorer, for better or worse, forsaking all others, till death do you part?" I looked out at the congregation, all those expectant faces, all those people who loved me and wanted me to be happy. Then I looked at David, whose expression was starting to show confusion at my hesitation. Finally, I glanced at Maya, who was watching me with growing concern. "Actually," I said, my voice clear and carrying easily through the church's excellent acoustics, "I have something I need to say first." A confused murmur rippled through the congregation. The minister looked puzzled. David's face went pale. Maya whispered urgently, "Rachel, what are you doing?" I turned to face the congregation fully, my wedding dress rustling as I moved. Every eye in the church was fixed on me, waiting to see what the bride could possibly have to say that couldn't wait until after the ceremony. "I want to talk about love," I began, my voice steady and strong. "Real love. The kind that's honest and faithful and true. The kind that doesn't sneak around behind closed doors or lie to the people who trust you most." The murmur grew louder. David's face had gone from pale to ashen. Maya was staring at me with growing horror, finally understanding what was happening. "You see, I discovered something interesting this week," I continued, my voice carrying clearly through the suddenly silent church. "I learned that my fiancé and my maid of honor have been having an affair for the past 3 months. The silence that followed was deafening. You could have heard a pin drop in that packed church. Then, all at once, everyone started talking. Gasps of shock, whispered questions, confused exclamations. "Rachel, what are you doing?" David hissed, grabbing my arm. I pulled away from him and continued speaking to the congregation. "They've been meeting in secret, telling me elaborate lies about work meetings and family emergencies, all so they could be together. They plan to go through with this wedding and continue their affair afterward." "That's not," Maya started, but I cut her off. "Oh, but it is true, and I have proof." I reached into my bouquet where I'd hidden my phone and held it up. At exactly 4:15, which should be right about now, many of you are receiving links to a digital photo album. But instead of wedding pictures, you're going to see screenshots of their text messages, photos of them together, and a complete timeline of their 3-month affair. Phones started buzzing throughout the church as the delayed messages arrived. I watched as people checked their notifications, opened the links, and saw the evidence I'd compiled. The gasps grew louder, and several people stood up to get a better look at their screens. "Oh my God!" someone whispered loudly enough for everyone to hear. "It's all here. The messages, the photos, everything." David's mother stood up from her seat in the front row, her face a mask of fury and humiliation. "David Michael Thompson, How could you do this? Maya's father was scrolling through his phone with an expression of pure disgust. Maya Elizabeth, is this true? I can explain, Maya started, but her voice was drowned out by the growing chaos. People were standing up, showing their phones to neighbors, pointing at David and Maya with expressions ranging from shock to outrage. The wedding coordinator looked like she was having a panic attack. The photographer was still taking pictures, probably out of professional instinct. This is insane, David said, his voice cracking. Rachel, we need to talk about this privately. Privately? I laughed, and it came out sharper than intended. You mean the way you and Maya have been talking privately for 3 months? The way you privately decided to use my wedding as cover for your affair? No, David. I'm done with private conversations. I turned back to the congregation, many still staring at their phones in disbelief. I want everyone here to understand what happened. These two people, who I trusted more than anyone in the world, systematically lied to me for months. They made me complicit in my own humiliation. They were going to let me marry a man who was in love with someone else, then continue their relationship behind my back. Rachel, please, Maya said, tears streaming down her face. I never meant for this to happen. I never wanted to hurt you. But you did hurt me, I said, looking directly at her. Every time you canceled our plans to be with him. Every time you helped me plan a wedding you knew was a sham. Every time you looked me in the eye and lied to my face. The church had erupted into complete chaos. David's groomsmen were standing around looking uncomfortable and confused. Maya's sister was crying. Both sets of parents were having heated discussions with their respective children. I calmly removed my engagement ring and wedding band, the ones that had cost David a 3-month salary, and placed them on the altar. I won't be needing these anymore. Then I started walking back down the aisle, my wedding dress trailing behind me. The congregation parted like the Red Sea, everyone staring as I made my way toward the exit. Some people were still looking at their phones, others were calling out questions, but I kept walking. As I reached the back of the church, I turned around one last time to look at the scene I was leaving behind. David was standing at the altar looking lost and humiliated, his carefully constructed facade finally shattered. Maya was sobbing into her hands, surrounded by angry family members demanding explanations. The beautiful wedding ceremony had turned into exactly what they deserved, a public reckoning for their choices. The aftermath was swift and brutal. By Sunday morning, less than 24 hours after my wedding, the story had spread through our entire social circle like wildfire. Everyone who'd witnessed the scene had called someone who hadn't been there. Everyone who'd received the digital evidence had shared it with friends and family who needed context. My phone was buzzing constantly with calls and messages, so I turned it off and checked into a hotel under my maiden name. I needed silence to process what I'd done and what came next. But even in my self-imposed isolation, news filtered through. My sister called the hotel directly to fill me in on the chaos I'd left behind. David's family is mortified, she told me. His mother hasn't stopped crying since yesterday. She called Mom to apologize for his behavior and to say that they're cutting him off completely. I felt a stab of guilt about David's mother. She was a kind woman who didn't deserve to be humiliated by her son's choices. But then I reminded myself that I wasn't the one who'd made those choices. What about his job? I asked. His boss was at the wedding and saw everything. Apparently, David had been lying about work meetings to cover his affair, and his boss is not happy about being made an unwitting accomplice. There are rumors he might be fired. David's company had a strict policy about integrity and honesty, especially for someone in his position handling client accounts. If they discovered he'd been systematically lying about his whereabouts and using work as an excuse for personal betrayals, his career would be over. And Maya, her parents are devastated. Her father called her a disgrace to the family name. Her mother packed up all the photos of you two and threw them away. They're talking about not paying for her apartment anymore since they don't trust her judgment. Maya had always been close to her parents, and their financial support had allowed her to live in the trendy downtown apartment she loved. Without it, she'd have to move back home or find roommates. A humbling change for someone who'd prided herself on her independence. Her job situation is even worse, my sister continued. Her boss was also at the wedding, and half her coworkers saw the evidence on their phones. Apparently, she'd been calling in sick and leaving early for months to meet David, and now everyone knows she was lying. Maya worked for a small marketing firm where reputation and trustworthiness were everything. If her colleagues and clients couldn't trust her to be honest about basic things like sick days, how could they trust her with their accounts? The whole thing has become this massive scandal, my sister said. People are taking sides, cutting ties, reevaluating their own relationships. It's like you dropped a bomb in the middle of our social circle. And by choosing to expose David and Maya so publicly, I'd forced everyone who knew us to confront uncomfortable questions about loyalty, honesty, and complicity. Friends who'd covered for them or failed to notice the signs were now questioning their own judgment. Family members who'd supported the relationship were feeling betrayed and foolish. Mom and Dad are worried about you, my sister added gently. They're proud of you for standing up for yourself, but they're concerned about the way you did it. I understood their concern. The Rachel they knew had always been diplomatic, always tried to handle conflicts privately, always avoided making scenes. But that Rachel had also let herself be systematically deceived for months. Tell them I'm okay, I said. Better than okay, actually. For the first time in months, I feel like myself again. Over the next few days, the ripple effects continued to spread. Mutual friends were forced to choose sides, and most chose mine. The evidence I'd compiled was too damning to ignore or rationalize away. David and Maya had betrayed not just me, but everyone who'd supported our relationship and helped plan our wedding. Maya's best friend from work called to apologize for not noticing the signs and to tell me she was ending their friendship. David's college roommate sent a message saying he was embarrassed to have been associated with someone capable of such deception. But the most satisfying response came from an unexpected source. David's ex-girlfriend from college, a woman named Jennifer, who'd always seemed to dislike me for no reason I could understand. I need to tell you something, she said when she called. David cheated on me, too, with a close friend of mine. I never said anything because I thought you were different, that maybe he'd changed. But seeing what happened at your wedding, I realized he's exactly the same person he always was. As the week progressed, I started to see the broader impact of my actions. David and Maya weren't just dealing with personal consequences. They'd become a cautionary tale about the dangers of betrayal and deception. 2 weeks after the wedding, I made a decision that surprised everyone, including myself. I was going to take that honeymoon trip to Europe alone. David and I had spent months planning a 2-week tour through Italy, France, and Spain. The flights were paid for, the hotels were booked, and the itinerary was perfect. Why should his betrayal cost me the chance to see the world? Are you sure about this? My mother asked when I told her my plan. Traveling alone so soon after everything? I'm sure, I said, and I was. I'd been taking care of everyone else's feelings for weeks. Now I wanted to take care of mine. The truth was I needed to get away from the constant reminders of what had happened. Every restaurant in town held memories of David. Every coffee shop reminded me of Maya. I needed distance, perspective, and the chance to remember who I was outside of those relationships. I started a travel blog the day before I left, deciding to document my journey of self-discovery. I called it Finding Me, a solo adventure after betrayal, and my first post was simply, "They broke my heart, but they won't break my spirit. Off to rediscover the world and myself." The response was immediate and overwhelming. Within hours, I had hundreds of comments from women sharing their own stories of betrayal and survival. Messages poured in from strangers who'd heard about my wedding day confrontation and wanted to express their support. "You're my hero," wrote one woman. "I caught my husband cheating with my sister, but I was too scared to say anything. Watching you stand up for yourself gives me hope that I can find that courage, too." Another message read, "I've been in a toxic relationship for 3 years, making excuses for his behavior and believing his lies. Your story made me realize I deserve better. I realized I'd accidentally become a symbol of something bigger than my own situation." Women who'd been betrayed, gaslit, or taken for granted were seeing my story as proof that they didn't have to accept treatment they didn't deserve. The trip itself was transformative in ways I hadn't expected. In Rome, I spent hours wandering through ancient ruins, marveling at civilizations that had risen and fallen long before my problems existed. In the Colosseum, I thought about gladiators who'd faced life-or-death struggles that put my relationship drama into perspective. In Florence, I took an art class and discovered I had a talent for watercolor painting that I'd never explored. For years, I'd been so focused on David's interests and Maya's social calendar that I'd forgotten to pursue my own passions. "You have a natural eye for color and composition," the instructor told me after my first lesson. "Have you ever considered taking this more seriously?" I hadn't, but suddenly the idea seemed appealing. I spent the rest of my time in Florence painting everything that caught my eye. Street musicians, market vendors, the view from my hotel window. Each painting felt like a small act of reclaiming myself. In Paris, I sat in cafes for hours, people watching and writing in the journal I'd started keeping. I wrote about the relief of making decisions without consulting anyone else, about the joy of eating whatever I wanted without worrying if David would approve, about the freedom of following my own schedule without accommodating Maya's plans. Today I realized I haven't felt guilty about anything in 3 days. I wrote, I haven't apologized for taking up space, haven't worried about being too demanding or too emotional. I'm just existing as myself, and it feels revolutionary. The blog posts I wrote from the road struck a chord with readers around the world. I shared photos of my terrible first attempts at watercolor, stories about getting lost in foreign cities and finding unexpected adventures, reflections on learning to enjoy my own company. Self-discovery isn't just about finding new hobbies or visiting new places. I wrote from a cafe in Barcelona. It's about remembering that you're a complete person on your own, not half of a couple waiting to be completed by someone else. The comments and messages continued to pour in. Women started sharing their own solo travel photos, their own stories of leaving toxic relationships, their own journeys towards self-respect and independence. Without meaning to, I'd created a community of people supporting each other through difficult transitions. But the most meaningful moment came during my last night in Spain. I was sitting on a beach in Barcelona watching the sunset and reflecting on how much I'd changed in just 2 weeks when my phone rang. 6 months after my European trip, both David and Maya finally reached out, though for very different reasons. David's message came first through email, since I'd blocked his number. The subject line read, "Please read this. I need to explain." I almost deleted it without opening it, but something made me curious about what he could possibly have to say after all this time. The email was long and rambling, full of justifications and self-pity. He'd lost his job, just as my sister had predicted. His family had cut him off financially and emotionally. He was living in a studio apartment on the other side of town, working at a car dealership for a fraction of his previous salary. "I know I hurt you," he wrote, "but I never meant for things to go as far as they did. Maya and it was just physical at first. I thought I could control it, keep it separate from what we had. But then I fell in love with her, and I didn't know how to handle it." He went on to explain that Maya had ended their relationship immediately after the wedding, unable to handle the guilt and social fallout. He'd been trying to win her back ever since, but she'd made it clear she wanted nothing to do with him. "I realize now that what we had was real," he continued. "You were the best thing in my life, and I threw it away for something that was never going to last. I'm not asking for another chance. I know I don't deserve one, but I need you to know that I'm sorry, and that losing you was the biggest mistake I'll ever make." The email ended with a request to meet in person so he could apologize face to face. "I need closure," he wrote, "and maybe you do too." I stared at the email for a long time, trying to figure out how I felt about it. A year ago, this kind of message might have broken my heart all over again. But now, after months of therapy and personal growth, I felt something I hadn't expected: pity. David hadn't learned anything from what had happened. He was still making excuses, still treating me like a fallback option, still thinking about what he needed rather than what he'd put me through. The fact that he'd only reached out after Maya rejected him told me everything I needed to know about his motivations. Maya's approach was different. She called my sister and asked her to pass along a message. She wanted to meet for coffee, not to ask for forgiveness, but to take responsibility for what she'd done. When we finally sat across from each other at a quiet cafe downtown, I was struck by how different she looked. The confident, polished woman I'd known for 8 years seemed smaller somehow, more fragile. She'd lost weight, and there were dark circles under her eyes that makeup couldn't fully hide. "I don't expect you to forgive me," she said without preamble. "I don't even expect you to listen to what I have to say. But I needed to try." Unlike David's rambling email, Maya's apology was direct and honest. She didn't make excuses or try to minimize what she'd done. She didn't blame David or claim she'd been manipulated. She took full responsibility for her choices. "I betrayed you in the worst possible way," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I helped you plan a wedding I knew was a lie. I watched you struggle with doubts and convinced you to ignore them because it served my purposes. I stole 3 months of your life by letting you believe in something that wasn't real." She told me about the guilt that had been eating at her since the affair began. How she tried to end it multiple times but couldn't resist the intoxication of forbidden love. How she'd convinced herself that what I didn't know wouldn't hurt me, that she could have both the affair and our friendship. "The worst part," she said, tears streaming down her face, "is that I genuinely loved you. You were my best friend, and I chose to destroy that for a man who dropped me the second things got complicated." She was right about that last part. According to my sister's sources, David had indeed abandoned Maya as soon as their relationship became public and costly. When she needed support dealing with the social fallout, he'd made it clear that their affair had been about excitement and secrecy, not about building a real relationship under pressure. "I lost everything," Maya continued. "My job, my apartment, my relationship with my parents, most of my friends, but I deserve to lose it all. What I can't stand is knowing that I hurt you in the process." She slid an envelope across the table. "I wrote you a letter every week for the past 6 months, trying to find the right words to express how sorry I am. I never sent them, but I brought them all here. You don't have to read them, but I wanted you to know how much time I've spent thinking about what I did to you." 2 years after the wedding that never was, I stood in front of another church, this time as a speaker, not a bride. The Women's Empowerment Conference had drawn over 300 attendees, and I was the keynote speaker, sharing my story of betrayal and recovery with women from across the country. 2 years ago, I began looking out at the sea of faces. I thought my life was over when I discovered my fiancé and best friend were having an affair. I thought their betrayal defined me, that I'd never trust again, never love again, never be whole again. I was wrong about all of that. The audience was completely silent, hanging on every word. In the front row, I spotted a young woman who looked exactly like I had 2 years ago. Devastated, hollow-eyed, wearing the expression of someone whose world had just collapsed. "The worst betrayal of my life became the catalyst for the best version of myself," I continued. "Not because betrayal is good, it's not, but because it forced me to stop settling for less than I deserved and start building a life that reflected my actual worth." After my speech, the young woman from the front row approached me. Her name was Jessica, and her story was heartbreakingly familiar. A fiancé who'd been cheating with her roommate, a wedding planned for next month, a discovery that had shattered everything she thought she knew about love. "I don't know how to do what you did," she said through tears. "I don't know how to be that strong. You don't have to expose them publicly like I did," I told her. "That was my choice for my situation, but you do have to choose yourself. You have to decide that your dignity and self-respect matter more than avoiding uncomfortable conversations or disappointing people who enabled their behavior." My personal life had flourished, too, in ways I never could have imagined. 6 months ago, I'd met Marcus at a coffee shop in Portland while I was there for a speaking engagement. He was a photographer covering the event for a local magazine, and we'd started talking about the transformative power of art after trauma. Marcus was everything David hadn't been. Emotionally available, completely honest about his feelings and intentions, supportive of my work rather than threatened by it. He'd been through his own difficult divorce and understood the importance of building trust slowly and intentionally. "I love that you refuse to make yourself smaller for anyone," he told me on our 3rd date. "You take up exactly the amount of space you deserve, and you expect people to treat you accordingly. It's incredibly attractive. We'd been together for 6 months now, and every day felt like evidence that healthy love was possible after betrayal. We communicated openly about our fears and boundaries. We maintained our individual interests and friendships. We supported each other's goals without losing ourselves in the relationship. Most importantly, Marcus had met me after I'd done the work to heal. He fell in love with the strong, confident woman I'd become, not the people-pleasing version of myself that had attracted David. As for David and Maya, their lives had taken very different paths. David never recovered from the professional and social consequences of the affair. After losing his job, he'd struggled to find similar work. Our industry was small, and word of his dishonesty had spread quickly. He'd eventually moved to another state to start over, working in a completely different field for much less money. According to mutual friends, he dated sporadically but never found anything serious. Several women had looked him up online after early dates and discovered the story of our wedding, deciding they didn't want to risk involvement with someone capable of such calculated deception. Maya's journey had been more complex. The initial fallout had been devastating. Lost job, damaged family relationships, social ostracism. But unlike David, she'd used the experience as motivation for genuine change. She'd entered therapy immediately after our coffee meeting, working to understand why she'd been capable of betraying someone she genuinely loved. After 18 months of intensive therapy, she'd started volunteering at the crisis center where I spoke regularly. She'd also returned to school to get certified as a professional counselor, planning to dedicate her career to helping women navigate complex relationship dynamics. Last month, I'd received an unexpected piece of mail, a wedding invitation from Maya. She was marrying someone I'd never heard of, a man she'd met in therapy who understood her past and supported her growth. The invitation included a handwritten note. "I know you won't come, and I'm not asking you to, but I wanted you to know that the woman who's getting married next month is someone you would be proud to know. Someone who learned how to choose love over self-interest, honesty over convenience, growth over comfort. I became that woman because you showed me what strength looks like. I didn't go to the wedding, but I was genuinely happy for her." Her journey from betrayal to accountability to healing had been as transformative as my own, just in a different direction. Standing in my garden that evening, watching the sunset over the flowers I'd planted in the home I'd bought with money I'd saved from my book and speaking fees, I marveled at the unexpected shape my life had taken. 2 years ago, I'd thought happiness meant finding someone to complete me. Now I understood that it meant becoming someone I was proud to be, regardless of whether I was alone or in a relationship. It meant using my voice, setting boundaries, refusing to settle for treatment I didn't deserve. The garden was coming along beautifully. Roses and lilies and baby's breath. The same flowers that had decorated the church where my old life ended and my real life began. But these flowers were mine, planted by my own hands in soil I'd prepared myself, growing strong because I'd given them exactly what they needed to thrive. Now on to the next story. Story 2. My gay roommate is one of my best friends, but lately, his love life has been making me feel weird, and I'm worried that I might be acting homophobic towards him. First of all, I've never considered myself a discriminatory person. I'm 22 years old, and back in high school, I had a gay friend with whom I went through tough times. It never bothered me that he dated guys, so all of this is taking me by surprise. Alex, 23 years old, has been my roommate for a year, and from the beginning I knew he was gay. At some point, we became close enough to joke about it. Sometimes he pretends to flirt with me, and I pretend to flirt back. I'm straight, and he knows it, but I've never felt threatened by it. He says most straight guys do feel uncomfortable. The problem started with this. Alex sometimes brings guys home. At first, I thought it was fine because it's none of my business who he sleeps with. Usually, he's discreet enough that I don't see or hear anything I wouldn't want to see or hear from anyone else. But for some reason, I've started feeling weird just seeing him with other guys. I don't know when it started, but there's one moment that stuck with me. One day I got home and saw them kissing on the couch. I don't know how to describe what I felt at that moment, except that for an instant, I felt so sick that I thought I was going to throw up. Alex was embarrassed because he didn't expect me to come home so early, but I told him it was fine because I felt embarrassed too. I felt awful for reacting with so much disgust because there was no valid reason for me to feel that way. I thought maybe it was just the surprise, but it wasn't an isolated thing. Since then, every time he brings a guy over, even though it's not that often, I start feeling terrible and wishing he would leave, and I can't stop thinking about what they might have done, even though I don't want to imagine it. It makes me uncomfortable and disgusts me, and these are just random guys he has fun with. I don't know what I would do if he ever had a serious boyfriend. Alex has started noticing, and it's affecting our friendship. The other day, I got home just as a guy was leaving. He tried to be polite to me, but I was rude to him. I don't even remember what I said, but it was obvious I was upset. When the guy left, Alex asked me why I was being an a-hole. I didn't know what to say, but then he asked if I had a problem with him sleeping with men. I told him no, and for some reason that made him even angrier. He said I had no right to complain because when I used to bring my friend with benefits home, he had to watch us being affectionate. In the first few months of living with Alex, I had a casual relationship with a girl, but it ended after a while, and I haven't been with anyone since then. I admitted he was right and told him I just had a bad day, that I didn't care who he slept with, but he looked even more pissed off and said he was going to a friend's place to cool off. I told him that was fine. As he was leaving, he suddenly stopped and said, "And if I sleep with him but at his place and not ours, then it's okay for you?" I told him it wasn't my business what he did somewhere else. But when he said that, I felt horrible and I couldn't stop thinking about it. He didn't come home that night even though we had plans to go out with my sister. He had never stood me up before and I felt like shit, but in part it was my fault for making him feel like I was judging him for sleeping with men. Now he's acting like nothing happened, but I'm afraid of ruining our friendship if it happens again. I want to stay friends with him, but it would hurt him to know that every time I think about him with other men, I feel disgusted. How do I deal with this? I've never been homophobic, but suddenly it feels like I've developed some kind of selective homophobia where my roommate's personal life makes me uncomfortable, and this doesn't happen with other gay people, only with Alex. I don't know if that means I'm only okay with gay people as long as I don't live with them or what. Has anyone else gone through this? I want to get over it and stop feeling this way, but if I can't, I'll have to move out because the last thing I want is to hurt Alex. And what if I stay here and keep judging him without realizing it? I called Alex to talk that night. He was in his room, probably on his phone or gaming, but when I knocked on the door and told him I wanted to talk, he looked at me with curiosity about what. "Come to the living room, grab a beer," I said, trying to sound casual. He shrugged and followed me. I took 2 beers from the fridge and handed him one. He opened it without hurry. The atmosphere felt strange, heavy. I was nervous, but I had to say it. "Look, I wanted to tell you something." I started, spinning the bottle in my hand. He watched me attentively, taking a sip of his beer. "All right, tell me." I took a deep breath and let everything out. I told him how I had been feeling weird lately, how my head was a mess, how every time he brought someone home I felt uncomfortable and couldn't stop thinking about it. I told him about the day I saw him kissing a guy on the couch, the knot in my stomach, the way my body reacted. He stayed silent for a moment, taking another sip before resting his elbow on the table and looking at me with a half smile. "So, you're jealous?" I froze. "What?" I frowned. "You sound like a possessive boyfriend, man." I felt my face heat up. My cheeks burned, and without thinking, my voice came out louder, more aggressive. "Do you think I'm gay?" Alex widened his eyes slightly but didn't lose his smile. "I didn't say that, but honestly, I don't know what to think anymore." My breathing was uneven. I felt even more uncomfortable, like I had been cornered. "I'm straight, all right? It's not about that. I just feel weird." I exhaled sharply, gesturing with my hand. "It's strange, man. I've never felt this way before. This has never bothered me, but I don't know when it's about you." He looked at me like he was analyzing something, like he was trying to understand something I couldn't even explain myself. "When it's about me, what?" he asked, tilting his head slightly. I gripped the bottle tightly, searching for the right words, but nothing made sense. "I don't know. I just know it bothers me, and it shouldn't. It doesn't bother me when I see other couples on the street or hear stories about other people. Just when it's you." Alex sighed and smirked slightly, as if he were amused by my confusion. If I told you I understand, would you believe me? I was confused. Understand what? He chuckled softly and stood up, placing his hands on the table before leaning slightly toward me. I've noticed it for a while. You act like you don't care, but you notice everything. And man, you're freaking out now because you're feeling something you can't explain. My throat went dry. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, it does, he replied, still looking at me. I was about to answer when suddenly he leaned in closer, and before I could react, he kissed me. My body froze. Time stopped. My mind screamed that this was wrong, that I should push him away, stop him, say something, but nothing happened. My body didn't move. I didn't stop him. I just closed my eyes. It was a short kiss, but intense. When he pulled away, he had a playful smile, like he was waiting for my reaction. I remained there, paralyzed, not knowing what to say, not knowing what to think. So, do you still think it's just discomfort? He asked, crossing his arms like he was challenging me. My breathing was uneven. My head was spinning. What the hell was happening? I wanted to yell that yes, that it was just discomfort, that none of this made sense, but the truth was I didn't know what I was feeling anymore. And the worst part? A part of me wanted him to kiss me again. I stood there, breathing heavily, the bitter taste of beer still in my mouth mixed with something I didn't want to admit. My mind was spinning, trying to find a logical explanation for what had just happened. But before I could even put my thoughts in order, Alex laughed. Not just a chuckle, but a full-on amused laugh, like I was the punchline of a joke he had just made up. See? He said, crossing his arms. That's why you're freaking out. You're gay and you don't want to admit it. Something inside me snapped. A surge of anger shot through my body like wildfire. Before I even had time to think, my fist clenched, and in the next second, I punched him in the face. Alex stumbled back, clearly caught off guard. He touched his lip, where a trickle of blood had started to appear. He looked at me for a moment, and to my surprise, he laughed again. Damn, dude. He spit a little blood and ran his tongue over the cut. I love aggressive men like you. The rage inside me exploded. I'm straight, damn it, I shouted, feeling my heart pounding in my chest. You're the one who kissed me. Oh, sure, he scoffed, still smirking as he wiped his mouth. Because the kiss only happens if one person wants it. You could have pushed me away. You could have punched me again. You could have yelled. But instead, you stood there with your eyes closed. I clenched my fists tighter, the anger, confusion, and frustration boiling inside me like a storm I couldn't control. I wanted to scream at him. I wanted to hit him again. I wanted to blame him for messing with my head like this. Go EFF yourself, Alex. I thought that was exactly what you were trying to avoid, he said, tilting his head with that damn smirk still on his face. The heat rushed through my body. If I stayed there a second longer, I didn't know what I would do. My chest was heaving. My mind was racing. I needed to get out. I grabbed my keys and phone from the counter without looking at him. Where are you going? He asked, still enjoying my reaction. To think? I muttered through gritted teeth before storming out and slamming the door behind me. The cool night air hit my face, but it didn't do anything to calm the chaos in my head. I walked aimlessly through the neighborhood streets, the city lights seeming brighter than usual. My heart was still racing, my hand hurt from the punch, and my mind was a mess. How could he say that? How could he kiss me and then laugh in my face like I was some kind of experiment, some game to him? He had broken something inside me, and now he was acting like it was all just some joke. But the worst part, the absolute worst part, was that I didn't know if my anger was only because of that. Why didn't I react? Why didn't I push him away the second his lip touched mine? Why, for just a second, did I let it happen? I felt a lump in my throat, a truth I didn't want to admit, something I wanted to bury so deep that it would never surface again. I kept walking, trying to shake off those thoughts, trying to put all the blame on him. But no matter how much I tried, something inside me told me the answer wasn't that simple. I tried to avoid Alex in the days that followed. I stayed out late, made excuses not to be around him, but it didn't help. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his smug smile, heard his laughter after the punch, felt the taste of that damn beer mixed with the kiss. I hadn't stopped. I knew I had to face this head-on. Pretending nothing had happened wasn't working. My head was a mess, and the more time passed, the more I realized that it wasn't just anger that was eating me up. So one random night, I walked in and found him sprawled on the couch, beer in hand, smiling like he had been expecting me. "Thought you moved out," he said, not even looking away from the TV. I rolled my eyes inside, tossing my keys on the table. "We need to talk." He turned off the TV and looked at me, clearly interested. "Oh, finally." He took a sip of his beer and patted the couch beside him. "Go on then." I sat down but kept some distance between us, arms crossed, heart pounding. "About that night." "Which one? The one where I kissed you or the one where you punched me?" I closed my eyes for a second and took a deep breath to keep from falling into his game. "Are you going to listen or not?" He held up his hands in surrender and leaned back. "I'm listening." I swallowed hard. My chest felt tight, like every word was getting stuck before I could say it. "I felt something," I admitted finally. "When you kissed me, I didn't want to, but I did." His smile grew, and he tilted his head like he had already figured that out. "So what's the problem?" "The problem is that I'm not gay." He scoffed. "Oh sure, you like kissing guys but you're not gay." "I don't like kissing guys." "But you liked kissing me." "That doesn't mean anything." He laughed, amused at my frustration. "Man, you can keep telling yourself that, but it won't change reality. You're feeling something, and you're freaking out because you don't know where to put it." I ran a hand down my face, frustrated. I don't know what this means, but I do know I don't want to lose you." This time he didn't laugh. He studied me for a few seconds, then sighed. "So, what do you want?" I didn't know how to answer. I wanted him, that was clear, but I wanted him without explaining it, without defining it, without dealing with what it meant. "I just want to keep things how they are." "Oh, so you want to keep sleeping with me while pretending you're not dating a guy?" I frowned. "That's not what this is." "No?" He raised an eyebrow. "We see each other almost every day. We hook up in secret. We sleep together sometimes. Sounds like a relationship to me." I stayed quiet. He laughed again, watching me. "All right, Mr. Straight. We'll keep it a secret. But you know this won't last forever, right?" I ignored that. For a while, things went the way I wanted. We met in secret at home, away from anyone's eyes. We never talked about what we were. It was just the moment, just us. And as long as it stayed like that, I could breathe. But Alex liked to push boundaries. It started small, running his fingers through my hair while we watched something on the couch, his hand lingering on my leg, a look that lasted too long. And I never stopped him. I just pretended not to notice. Until one night, as we were walking home from a bar, he grabbed my hand. I yanked it away immediately. "What the hell? Holding your hand. Don't do that." He laughed. "Why not? Not kissing. Sleeping together is fine, but holding hands is too much." I gritted my teeth. "That's gay." He stopped walking and stared at me like I was an idiot. "Oh, right, because making out with me wasn't?" I had no comeback. "You're treating me like a dirty little secret, like something you have to hide because it is a secret." The smirk disappeared from his face. "And how long is that going to last?" I had no answer, but something inside me told me he wouldn't put up with this forever. Over time, it wasn't just friendship anymore. I could keep pretending, but the truth was we weren't just hooking up in secret. We were together. I didn't say it out loud, of course, but it was obvious. He slept in my bed more than his own. I waited for him to come home when he went out. We texted all the time, even though we lived in the same house. When something happened, he was the first person I told. But while he seemed more and more comfortable with what we were, I kept putting up walls. Inside the apartment, it was one thing. Outside, nothing changed. No lingering looks, no touches that might raise suspicion. He played along, mostly. Sometimes he'd try to hold my hand or make jokes I ignored, or test how far I'd let things go when we were alone outside. Then came that night. We went out with two friends, Lucas and Mariana. They had been together for years, one of those couples who had known each other forever, finishing each other's sentences, making inside jokes. We were talking, drinking, everything was normal, until in the middle of a conversation, Alex laughed and casually said, "Well, obviously, since we're dating." The world stopped. Lucas and Mariana immediately smiled. "Really? That's amazing," Mariana exclaimed. "You guys make such a great couple." Lucas nodded. "I kind of suspected it. You two are always together. It's obvious there's something special. Congrats, man." They were happy. Happy about something that wasn't real, something he had just made up. My whole body tensed. Blood rushed to my head so fast I barely heard anything else. Something inside me snapped. "I'm not gay," I blurted out, my voice sharp, almost a shout. Silence fell immediately. Mariana frowned in confusion. Lucas looked away, uncomfortable. Alex, sitting next to me, just stared. "What's wrong?" he asked, serious now. I stood up, my heart pounding. "I'm not gay, for God's sake. Stop saying that shit." The couple exchanged confused glances, but I didn't wait for a response. I grabbed my things and stormed out of the bar without looking back. The walk home was a blur. My chest burned with rage, my steps were fast, determined. I didn't want to see his face. I didn't want him to say a word. The moment I got inside, I went straight to his room. I grabbed his clothes, his shoes, his things, and started throwing them outside. I stuffed whatever fit into his backpack without a second thought. My hands were shaking. What the hell was I doing? It didn't matter. He had crossed the line. I was tossing out his last jacket when I heard footsteps. He had arrived. He stopped in the doorway, staring at the mess. His eyes widened. He didn't say anything at first, just stood there processing. "What is this?" "Your stuff," I said coldly. He let out a short, bitter laugh. "You're joking." I crossed my arms. "If you step inside, I'll beat the shit out of you." He didn't move. His face changed. That cocky, teasing expression he always had was gone. Something broke in his eyes. He blinked a few times, took a deep breath, but when he spoke, his voice shook. I just wanted." He stopped, ran a hand over his face. "I hope one day you finally admit it," he muttered, voice cracking. "Because no matter how much you run, you're not fooling anyone." He turned away and started picking up his things from the ground. I didn't say anything. I just stood there watching him leave. He was crying, but when he disappeared from sight, I felt relief wash over me because now everything was clear. I wasn't gay. I don't know what to think. It's been a while since everything happened, but I still can't stop thinking about it. I keep wondering if I did the right thing, if I overreacted, if I was an a-hole, if I was homophobic. I don't want this to sound like some cheap excuse, but I've never had a problem with gay people. I never cared who they dated, who they slept with, never treated anyone differently because of it. But with Alex, it was different. He was my friend, my best friend, my roommate. We spent so much time together that, without realizing it, everything started to revolve around him. At first, I thought it was funny when he joked about flirting with me. I played along, laughed with him because I knew it didn't mean anything. Until one day he kissed me. I didn't ask for that kiss, I didn't provoke that kiss, I didn't go looking for it. He kissed me, and the moment it happened, everything inside me froze. My body tensed, my mind went blank. I should have pushed him away instantly. I should have said something, anything. But for a second I didn't, and I think that's what's been haunting me ever since. If I'm as straight as I say I am, why didn't I immediately push him away? Why did that kiss leave me feeling so confused? But here's the thing, it doesn't matter what I felt in that moment because I didn't kiss him. He kissed me. So why, after all of it, am I the one who ended up looking like the bad guy? Everything changed after that moment. He acted like it was nothing, like it was just another joke between friends. But to me, it wasn't. It left me uncomfortable, angry, like he had crossed a line without permission, and then looked at me like I was the hypocrite for feeling that way. And then, when he started bringing guys home, it started affecting me in ways I didn't expect. I don't know why. It wasn't jealousy, it wasn't anger. It was discomfort. A discomfort that grew every time I saw him with someone else. That night, when he told our friends we were dating, that was the last straw. He forced me to confront something I didn't want to deal with, put me in a position where I looked like a liar, like some repressed guy, when all I wanted was for things to go back to how they were. And yeah, I snapped. I yelled that I wasn't gay, made it clear to everyone that it wasn't true. I stormed home still fuming, grabbed all his things, and threw them outside. In that moment, I just wanted distance. I just wanted it all to be over. When he got back and saw it, when he looked at me with red, teary eyes, asked if I was really doing this, I just said, "If you come inside, I'll beat the hell out of you." I saw something break in him. He didn't yell, he didn't call me names, he didn't throw anything back at me. He just lowered his head, took a deep breath, picked up his stuff, and said that he hoped one day I'd have the courage to admit the truth. And then he left, and I felt relieved because now it was finally over. I didn't have to deal with this confusion anymore, didn't have to question what it meant, didn't have to face anything. I wasn't gay. I never was. But now, after some time, that relief has turned into something else, something I don't know how to name. Was I homophobic? Or was I just defending myself from something I never asked to happen? Why is it so wrong for a straight guy to feel uncomfortable when a gay friend crosses a boundary? If it were the other way around, if I had kissed a lesbian friend who never gave me a reason to think she wanted it, I'd be the a-hole. So why, when a guy does it to me, am I the problem? I don't hate Alex. I never wanted to hurt him. But doesn't he realize that, in the end, he was the one who started all of this? I just wanted things to stay the same. So, was I homophobic? Now on to the next story. Story 3. My roommate bragged that her boyfriend donated $2 million to the school, but the anonymous donor of that $2 million was me, and her boyfriend was actually one of my family's security staff. Recently, my roommate, Madison Taylor, started dating a guy she believed to be super wealthy, and she flaunted it around the dorm nonstop. "Hey, check out this Cartier bracelet he got me. Isn't it stunning?" Madison raised her wrist to catch the light, making sure the bracelet sparkled just right. "Wow, that must have cost a fortune. Your boyfriend treats you so well. Does he have any friends? Maybe set us up." The other girls gathered around her, showering her with admiration. Madison even handed out some of her high-end cosmetics, which made the others scramble to grab whatever they could, fawning over her all the more. I was sitting off to the side, quietly reading, avoiding the attention, but this caught Madison's eye, and she shot me a sour look. "Leah, don't you think this Cartier bracelet is stunning? Way better than that plain silver band you always wear, right?" I glanced at her bracelet and immediately recognized it as a knockoff. My simple silver bracelet was a limited edition Tiffany's piece, but seeing Madison so proud of her luxury item, I bit back any comments. "Yeah, it's really pretty. My little silver bracelet is nothing special." Madison's grin grew, clearly satisfied, and she came over and snapped my book shut. "Leah, you really need to invest in some decent jewelry. It's embarrassing standing next to you." I was left speechless. Everyone knew Madison's background wasn't exactly high-end. She came from a modest family and used to live in thrifted tees and jeans before this boyfriend showed up. Now, she acted like she was some sort of socialite. Another roommate, Carrie, joined Madison, linking her arm with hers. "Don't worry about her. You and she aren't even in the same league. Let's have dinner tonight. I want to hear more about your boyfriend." Madison smirked and replied loudly, "Can't. I'm going out with my boyfriend tonight." Jealousy flashed in Carrie's eyes. "Oh, somewhere fancy, right? Don't forget to post it." Madison ignored her, focused on her makeup for a good 15 minutes before putting on her one designer dress that she claimed cost over $500, strutting out like she was royalty. That evening, I ordered spicy ramen and was eating contentedly in the dorm when Carrie shrieked over her phone. "Madison just posted. Look. Caviar, truffle pasta, filet mignon." A group of roommates crowded around to see, and Carrie glanced at my ramen with a mocking look. Some people go on upscale dates with trust fund guys and others stay home with takeout. Such a huge difference, huh? Seeing I wasn't reacting, Carrie waved her phone in front of my face. "See? Madison and her boyfriend are just so perfect together." I glanced at the picture, and immediately my interest spiked. The trust fund guy with his arm around Madison was my family's new security guard. My dad made his fortune with a major investment success, and by the time I was in high school, we had everything: designer clothes, private chauffeurs, and more. But the downside: I almost got kidnapped. After that, Dad insisted I keep a low profile. When I went to college, though he bought a home for me in Boston close to my campus, he encouraged me to stay in the dorms like any other student. I was still used to quality clothes, so when people noticed, I just called them knockoffs to keep the profile low. Eventually, everyone thought I had a strange obsession with fake brands. I didn't care. I was here to study. My dad never had the chance to go to college, so he always told me, "We may only have money, but you work hard and make me proud." I came to college with a goal to earn scholarships every year. Money didn't matter. It was about the honor. I spent most of my time in the library and rarely went back to the house Dad bought. Recently, we had to replace one of our security guards, so the former one recommended his nephew, James Henry. He seemed trustworthy, so I hired him without hesitation, and here he was, passing himself off as Madison's wealthy boyfriend. Madison returned from her date wearing a fake Chanel outfit and carrying a pile of gifts. She unwrapped them one by one while the roommates swooned. "Madison, that Chanel looks amazing on you. And a Gucci perfume, too? Can I hold it for a sec?" Madison basked in their admiration, even sneaking a smug look at me while flaunting a designer bag. "Hey, Leah, didn't you say you have a similar Hermes? Want to bring it out so we can compare?" I pulled out an earbud, barely reacting as Madison opened my locker. She placed my Hermes bag beside hers and raised her voice. "Wow, Leah, your bag doesn't quite look like mine, does it?" The difference was obvious. Madison's was shinier, had thicker edges, and felt smoother. All signs of a knockoff. Carrie caught Madison's hint and chimed in, "Oh yeah, Leah started college with knockoffs. Makes sense that her bag isn't the real deal." She continued, "Leah, buying fake designer stuff doesn't change where you come from. Flashing fakes only clouds your perspective." They expected me to shrink, but I stayed calm, resisting the urge to whip out the receipts on the spot. Dad's advice echoed in my mind, so I reined it in. "Madison, did you ask before going through my things? And Carrie, your flattery skills are top-notch. You two make a great team." Madison scoffed and picked up a pair of scissors. "Well, if I hadn't looked, I wouldn't know how far your vanity goes. I'll be nice and help by cutting up this knockoff." I replied calmly, "Madison, even if this is a fake Hermes, it's still worth thousands. Can you cover that?" After a pause, Madison backed down, sulking as she put the scissors away. I didn't give her much thought, focusing on earning a scholarship. My GPA was the highest in the department. I aced all my exams and participated in every scholarship-eligible event. So imagine my shock on award day when Madison's name was at the top for the National Merit Scholarship while I wasn't listed. Not even for a minor award. Fuming, I checked my records. My scores were top-notch except in character, where Miss Dana Lynch had marked me as unsatisfactory. Heart-pounding, I went to Miss Lynch's office. Inside, I found Madison smiling smugly. Ignoring Madison, I asked, "Miss Lynch, I have a question about the scholarship results." Miss Lynch sighed and said, "Leah, academics aren't everything. You lack teamwork and character, so I couldn't recommend you for the scholarship." I was stunned. As class rep, I got along with everyone, often lending my notes. I hadn't done anything to deserve this, except perhaps clash with my roommates. Madison's guilty expression told me enough. Taking a deep breath, I addressed Miss Lynch. "Basing this on one person's words seems unfair." Miss Lynch's face hardened. "Are you questioning my decision?" Madison added, "Oh, Miss Lynch, don't bother with her. Leah can be pretty lowbrow." I couldn't help but notice Miss Lynch's Tiffany bracelet, an imitation gifted by Madison. "Miss Lynch, that Tiffany bracelet. Madison gave it to you, didn't she?" Leaving her speechless, I said, "If I can't find justice here, I'll go to the dean." Madison sneered. "Go ahead. Let's see you try." I called the dean's office and, when I couldn't reach him, sent a detailed email with all my evidence. After a week of waiting and disappointment, I'd almost given up when my phone buzzed. It was a message from Dad. "Remember your old man? Now that you've won, keep it up." Then I got a call from the dean just as Madison walked in. The dean's voice echoed over speakerphone. "According to school policy, your roommate will face disciplinary action and return the scholarship." Madison laughed, thinking it was a prank, but her smile vanished as her phone rang. It was Miss Lynch. When Madison answered the phone and heard Miss Lynch on the other end, her expression changed drastically. She went from confident to confused, then to something close to panic. She barely hung up before storming out of the room, and I could hear her furious voice echoing down the hall. I'd heard the rumors and knew she wouldn't take this quietly. The next day, she showed up at the dean's office, ready to argue and, in her mind, intimidate. I watched from a distance as she walked in determined, and I decided to discreetly observe while she tried to speak to the dean using her last card. "You don't know who you're dealing with, sir. My boyfriend is responsible for the $2 million donation the college received. If I'm punished this way, well, he might just withdraw the donation. That would be a shame, wouldn't it?" Madison said with a carefully rehearsed confidence. The dean listened patiently without expression before responding calmly. "Really? That's interesting, Madison, because the donor of that amount has already come forward, and that person is not your boyfriend." Madison's face went pale instantly. "What?" she stammered, trying to process the information. It was then that I, maintaining a firm posture, stepped into the office. Her expression was one of total shock when our eyes met, and I could see she was finally beginning to understand what was happening. "It's me, Madison. I'm the one who made the donation, and that millionaire boyfriend you love to show off? He's just one of my family's security guards." I spoke firmly but without arrogance as she looked at me, speechless, trying to process the blow. The dean watched the scene with a hint of satisfaction, as if he had been waiting for this moment. I hadn't intended to humiliate her publicly, but Madison had crossed every line. She stole what was rightfully mine, lied, and manipulated. I couldn't just keep standing by. She started mumbling, desperately searching for a way out. You're lying. That's impossible. Why would you hide in the dorm? Why would you wear such simple clothes?" "Because I don't need to prove anything to anyone, Madison. And that's the difference between us." I held her gaze, letting my words sink in. "You chose a path of lies and manipulation, while I just wanted to study in peace." The dean cleared his throat and spoke with no patience for Madison's empty arguments. "Given the proven fraud and the attempt at manipulation, Madison, you'll lose your scholarship and be removed from the dormitory. However, you may continue your studies at the college like any other student who behaves honestly and responsibly." The shock in her eyes was devastating. In that moment, she realized she had lost everything she thought she had gained. The fake glamour, others' admiration, the illusion of status. And now, like everyone else, she would have to face the reality she had always tried to hide. A few weeks passed, and the consequences continued to unfold. Madison was forced to leave the dorm, returning to a life she had so deeply resented. Without the scholarship, her time at college became much harder. Now her peers knew who she really was. A simple girl without the fortune or privileges she tried so hard to sell. The looks of admiration she once received were now ones of pity or disdain, and she knew all too well that the attention she once craved had turned into something that deeply hurt her. Despite it all, I kept my low profile. I didn't make an effort to spread what happened or brag, but the rumors had already circulated. Some people came up to me trying to get closer, praising my discretion and generosity. However, I turned down the fake friends. I was there to study and focus on my future, something my father had always encouraged me to do. Curiously, Madison was still around. She seemed so lost and alone that at times I found myself wondering if all of this had truly been worth it. But when I remembered how she tried to manipulate and steal my merit, any compassion faded away. Madison would learn a valuable lesson. When I saw Madison leaving the office, her face red and her eyes puffy, I knew this was only the beginning of what she truly deserved. Even though she had lost her scholarship and her dorm, she still had the chance to stay in college, and honestly, that didn't seem fair to me. Madison had ruined so much for me, stepped over others, and manipulated people without a hint of remorse. If she thought she could escape this with just a suspension and the loss of her scholarship, she was sorely mistaken. I wanted her to know what it was like to lose everything. Over the following weeks, Madison moved around campus like a shadow, always keeping her head down, avoiding people's stares and comments. Her former friends, those who used to admire her, now ignored her or whispered about her as she passed by. But I knew that wasn't enough. The anger and hurt I felt hadn't faded. In fact, it only grew every time I saw her on campus, as if she still thought she could recover everything she had lost. That's when an idea started to take shape in my mind. Madison still had some credibility. A few professors and students believed she'd just made one bad decision, but I knew how to shatter that last bit of trust completely. I started going through her social media and our old conversations, looking for something I could use against her. In one of our rare exchanges, I found something interesting: a heated argument Madison had with a classmate over a project. At the time, she had mentioned that if she wanted to, she could easily get access to past exams. It was probably a throwaway line said to impress her classmate, but I knew that could be the seed for something much bigger. I crafted a meticulous plan. The following week, I got hold of an old test from the course and altered a few answers to make it look like someone had tried to adapt it. Then, using a fake profile on the college email system, I sent an anonymous report to the academic department claiming that Madison was involved in a cheating scheme to get tests and answers before exams. The report was detailed enough to sound real but vague enough not to raise suspicion about me. In the email, I described how I'd heard Madison bragging that she could get hold of the tests and share them with other students, claiming she charged money for it. I also mentioned that others were involved without giving names, which left room for the investigators to imagine the worst. I knew that with Madison's reputation already shattered, it would only take a small accusation for everyone to believe she was guilty. The investigation moved quickly. Madison was called into the department, where they confronted her with the accusation. She denied it vehemently, but the administrators were already predisposed to believe her guilt. The rumor spread like wildfire across campus. Now, not only students but also professors looked at her with suspicion. I watched her walk with her head even lower, her hands trembling as she held her books, her shoulders hunched as if she carried the weight of 1,000 judgments. In no time, the college's disciplinary committee decided to expel her for a serious violation of the academic code of ethics. It was an extreme decision, but Madison had lost all credibility. The word of an anonymous report held more weight than her defense. She had no one to support her, no one to believe in her innocence. She tried desperately to appeal the decision, but her efforts were ignored. In everyone's eyes, Madison was guilty. The day I saw her leave college, I watched from afar as she carried a small suitcase, walking toward the campus exit. There were no goodbyes, no one offering comfort or support. She was completely alone, expelled from a place where she once reigned with false arrogance and pretension. I felt a strange sense of justice settling inside me with each step she took. It was as if the weight of all the humiliation she'd made me feel lifted away. Finally, she was paying the price for everything. Rumors about Madison soon faded, and campus life went on as if she had never been there. As for me, I continued my studies, focusing on the goals I had set for myself. I was close to graduating with an impeccable GPA and a respectable track record at college. Some classmates tried to get close to me, but I kept my discretion, refusing false friends. I had learned the value of trusting only myself. Madison was never seen again. Some people said she had moved to another city, trying to start over without the weight of shame she carried here. Other rumors said she went back to her hometown where she had to face her family's disappointment, but honestly, I didn't care. To me, Madison was just a distant memory. A ghost who had tried to ruin my life but who, in the end, had destroyed herself. And when I thought about it, I didn't feel bad. I felt no regret or guilt. She deserved every consequence. Now on to the next story. Story 4. I'm Jake, 27. And if I've learned anything in the last year, It's that family vacations will teach you everything you need to know about who you are in your family and who you are not. For most of my life, I was the quiet one, the go-to-tech helper, the emergency babysitter, and the guy who always picked up the check when it was convenient for everyone else. I never minded, not really. I figured if you love people, you take care of them. But love has limits, or at least it should. It started 6 months before the trip. My mom had this idea that the whole extended family should go on a big vacation to celebrate her retirement. She called it the final family fling, like it was some kind of tour poster. My 2 sisters, their husbands, my uncle, 2 cousins, my aunt, my mom, and dad, 14 people total. 15 if you count me, which apparently they didn't. I remember sitting at the kitchen table with my laptop, spreadsheets open, comparing flight times and prices, checking resort availability. My mom hovered behind me, sipping coffee and talking to me like I was her personal travel agent. She said, "Jake, you're so good at this stuff. Just book it all and we'll pay you back. Promise." I didn't even blink. I'd heard that before. Still, I went ahead and booked the whole thing under a group package deal. I found flights, villa, transport. It was expensive, sure, but I figured it would even out once everyone paid their share. That was my first mistake. The weeks went by. People forgot to send their portions. My older sister, Rachel, said she was waiting for a bonus check to clear. My cousin Liam said he'd Venmo me next week. My dad said he thought my mom was handling it. Only one person actually paid me on time. My Aunt June, who always had a weird sense of guilt anytime I did anything for her. I brushed it off. I always did. The closer we got to the travel date, the more things shifted. Little hints dropped here and there that didn't register at first. Rachel said something odd during dinner one night when I mentioned I was excited to finally take time off. "Well, you'll at least get some rest," she said. I laughed, confused, and asked what she meant. She shrugged and mumbled, "Nothing." 3 days before the flight, my mom called. I was at work. She sounded anxious. "Jake, honey." So I didn't realize there were only 14 seats on the flight. "What do you mean?" I asked. I think there was a mix-up. We can't find your reservation." I sat there staring at my monitor like it had betrayed me. "Mom, I booked every single ticket myself." "I know, sweetheart, but maybe there was an error. Anyway, it's all full now. We checked." I didn't respond. Couldn't. The silence on my end must have made her uncomfortable because she added quickly, "You'll get the next one, right? You can fly out a day or 2 later. No big deal." It was a big deal. I got off the phone without saying much. Went home early and checked the reservation confirmation. All 15 names were listed. Mine included. Same villa, same flight. I scrolled through the details twice, thinking maybe I missed something. Nope. My name was there. They had just removed me or lied about it. That night, Rachel texted me a smiling emoji and a simple, "Sorry about the flight. You know how things get." I didn't answer. I didn't sleep. I sat on the couch staring at the ceiling fan, thinking back to every holiday dinner where I sat at the kids' table, even into my 20s. Every birthday I spent fixing someone's Wi-Fi. Every favor I said yes to. I thought about how they all trusted me with thousands of dollars and still thought nothing of leaving me behind. Then the next message came. It was from my Uncle Marty. A single photo, a stunning shot of the Bali villa. Bright blue skies, palm trees swaying, the private pool glistening, and in the background, just barely visible, was a wooden plaque on the door that read, "Jake's room." My room. At the villa I booked with my name still on it. I zoomed in, stared at it for a long time. Then the second image loaded. A photo of the printed invoice for the villa, including the note at the bottom, "Billed to Jake W." My full name, my email, my card. I stared at my phone like it was made of glass and about to shatter. I felt heat rise to my face. Anger, humiliation. Something that didn't even have a word. They hadn't just forgotten me. They hadn't made a mistake. They left me behind, used my money, and never even thought I'd notice. And they were smiling through it all, posing by the pool, drinking cocktails in matching linen, captioning their photos with #FamilyGoals. That's when the email came in. The final straw. A digital invoice, full breakdown, flights, villa, catering, excursions. My card was still listed as the primary. The charges hadn't even posted fully yet. They were still pending. I closed the email, locked my phone, sat perfectly still in the silence of my apartment. I didn't cry. I didn't yell. I didn't even swear. I just breathed. Then I stood up, walked to my desk, and opened my banking app. I hovered over the transactions like they were landmines. One after another, $16,500 to the villa, $3,200 in airline charges, $1,400 for transport and welcome package, whatever that meant. All still pending. That meant one thing, reversible. I didn't call my family. I didn't send a text or ask for an explanation because deep down I already knew it. They didn't want me there. They just wanted what I could give them. My organizational skills, my credit card, my silence. So I called the bank. It took less than 10 minutes. I explained there were unauthorized charges on my card, that I was excluded from a booking that was made in my name, that I had evidence, screenshots, emails, photos. I offered to send everything. The woman on the other end didn't need it. She just paused and said, "We'll flag the transactions and begin the reversal process immediately. Your account will be temporarily frozen to prevent further charges." And just like that, I watched it happen. One by one, those massive charges shifted from pending to reversed. My breathing slowed for the first time all day, but not because I felt better, because I knew what was coming next. By noon, the group chat came back to life. It had been silent since they landed. Now it was ringing like a fire alarm. It started with Rachel. "Did something happen with your card?" Then my mom. "Jake, the hotel says the card didn't go through. They're asking for another one." Then Liam chimed in. "Bro, we're literally at the front desk, and they're saying we need to pay the full amount right now or leave." The texts came in rapid fire, one after another. "They're not letting us into the rooms. Can you just call the bank real quick and fix this? They said the reservation's being canceled. What is going on?" And then a call from my mom. I let it ring. Then another, Rachel, then Liam, my dad, all of them. I sat in silence while my phone buzzed across the table, vibrating angrily like it was possessed. I watched it, arms crossed, back straight, heart oddly calm. I didn't answer. It wasn't until hours later that the tone of the messages changed from confusion to desperation. "We're trying to book another hotel, but everything's so expensive here. We used all the money we had for this. We can't afford to rebook. Can't you please just fix this? Please." That last one was from Rachel, the same sister who sent me a smug emoji just the day before. Still, I didn't reply. I opened the group chat, saw over 50 unread messages, and muted the conversation. By evening, my uncle sent a message directly to me. "No greeting, no pleasantries. We're being kicked out. This is on you." That one made me laugh out loud. On me. After all the planning, the bookings, the trust they placed in me just long enough to spend my money? I thought maybe someone would apologize, that maybe one person would say, "We messed up." Not a word. Instead, I got a call from my cousin Olivia, the one who never talked to me unless she needed a ride. "Jake, I don't know what's going on," she said, trying to sound gentle. "But we're all really stressed and we just need to figure this out. Okay?" "Oh," I replied, keeping my voice light. "So now I'm part of we again." There was a pause. "What's that supposed to mean?" "I mean," I said, "last I checked, we excluded me from the flight I booked, stayed in the villa I paid for, and were sipping margaritas while I sat home. So forgive me if I don't feel like fixing your mess." She got quiet. "Look, I wasn't part of that decision. Neither was I, but I sure paid for it." Then I hung up. The next morning, I woke up to screenshots from Rachel. Apparently, the hotel had processed the cancellation. The entire group had been kicked out of the villa. The new accommodations were nowhere near the beach and came with bunk beds. The airline had refused to rebook the flight under group discount rates. They were going to have to pay full price for new tickets home if they could even find any, which they couldn't because, surprise, it was peak travel season. The last thing I heard that day was a voicemail from my dad, and not the calm version of him either, the one I remembered from childhood. The voice that boomed when I broke something, even if it wasn't my fault. He said, You've embarrassed your entire family, Jake. You made your mother cry. You're punishing us for a misunderstanding. Is this really the kind of man you've become? I listened to the whole thing in silence, then replayed the part about my mom crying. Good. I didn't want revenge at first. I just wanted to be included. I wanted to feel like part of the family for once, like my presence mattered as much as my money did. But when they showed me exactly how little I mattered, I decided they could feel what that was like too. That night, I sat down with a glass of wine, looked at all the screenshots, all the photos, all the smug captions, and drafted one email, just one, to the travel group, to the resort, to the airline, attaching every receipt, every booking confirmation, every name. And that's when things really started falling apart. The email was clinical. No emotion, just facts, attachments, timelines, and a short, polite request for a full refund due to being excluded from a reservation that was made in my name, paid on my card, and never intended to include me. I didn't even have to embellish. The evidence spoke for itself. The reservation confirmation, the payment receipt, the seating list with my name removed, the villa photo with Jake's room clearly labeled, and most importantly, the airline group itinerary with seat 15 marked, canceled. I had sinned. Then I leaned back in my chair, stretched, and for the first time in a long time, felt something new, power. By morning, the replies started rolling in. The resort manager responded first, apologizing profusely. They had no idea I hadn't arrived. My name had remained on the primary booking, and when the payment failed, they were legally obligated to reverse the group discount rate and charge full nightly prices to the remaining guests. Since the original payment was made under my account and I had clearly been excluded, they would be processing a full refund and informing the rest of the group that the amount would need to be settled directly. Translation: they now owed the resort thousands of dollars with no backup card on file. Next came the airline. A customer service rep confirmed my refund request was being reviewed, but they had already flagged the duplicate cancellation made through a different account, Rachel's, and noted the discrepancy. Since I hadn't authorized the removal of my ticket, the cancellation may be classified as fraudulent. I almost felt bad. Almost. Meanwhile, the family group chat had turned into a slow-motion train wreck. My mom had stopped messaging altogether, retreating into what I could only imagine was a mixture of guilt and passive-aggressive martyrdom. My dad kept repeating that I was overreacting. Rachel had shifted tactics and was now trying to guilt me into fixing the situation. Her messages had turned from frantic to syrupy sweet. Hey Jakey, can we please talk? I don't know what came over everyone. It was such chaos. This wasn't personal. You know how family is. We make mistakes, but we always forgive each other, right? I didn't reply. I was too busy answering a call from the resort billing department. Apparently, Rachel had tried to use her card to pay the balance. It bounced. So did my cousin Liam's. My dad's card was expired, and my mom's didn't have a high enough limit. They were out of options. One by one, they tried reaching out again. Olivia offered to cover the cost if I just reversed the refund. That was a lie. She was a 24-year-old aspiring influencer who still lived at home and couldn't even afford her car insurance. My Uncle Marty called me from a local number, probably using the villa receptionist's phone, and left a voicemail that sounded less like a request and more like a warning. I suggest you think long and hard about what you're doing, Jake. Family doesn't do this to each other. I sat with that sentence for a while. Family doesn't do what exactly? They don't secretly remove you from a vacation you planned and paid for. They don't let you find out from a text message that you're not wanted. They don't spend your money behind your back and then call you the traitor. Funny how silence becomes a mirror when people talk at you. You realize what they're really afraid of. It's not that you did something wrong. It's that you stopped playing your role. My role until that week had been quiet, helpful bank account with legs. But I was done. It had been 3 days since they landed, and now they were living out of duffel bags in a budget motel 2 hours from the beach. The group photo ops had stopped. The posts dried up. Instead of sunbathing, they were chasing Wi-Fi signals to plead for help. Instead of poolside drinks, they were standing in line at currency exchanges trying to scrape together enough cash to get home. Rachel sent me one last text the night before their return flight. You really hurt Mom. She's barely eaten. She keeps asking why you do this to us. I stared at the screen, then typed, "Ask her why you were all smiling when you left me behind." I didn't hit send. Not yet, because just then an email pinged in my inbox from the airline. They had finished reviewing my case. And what they offered, that changed everything. The email from the airline was short, but I read it 5 times just to be sure it was real. "Dear Mr. W, after reviewing your documentation and the flight records, we've determined that your ticket was removed from the reservation without your consent. Because the group ticket was booked through your account and charged to your card, and you were removed via a different contact, we are processing a full refund for your portion as well as issuing a travel voucher for future use. In addition, due to policy violations by other members in your group, their group discount has been revoked retroactively. Any outstanding balances must now be settled directly by each individual passenger. Thank you for choosing us." I leaned back and stared at my screen, exhaling a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. They didn't just refund me, they revoked the group discount. That meant my family, who thought they gained the system by booting me off the flight, now owed the full price of each ticket. And with peak season markups, those tickets were double what they were originally. I could picture them now, clustered in a cheap motel room. The smell of stale air conditioning and frustration thick in the air, phones dying, credit cards maxed, bank accounts drained. They had no idea what was happening behind the scenes, but they were about to. I waited until noon. Then I finally typed a message in the family group chat. Not a rant, not a screaming match, just facts. "To everyone who's been asking why I did this, I didn't. You did. You removed me from a trip I planned and paid for. You used my name, my money, and my trust. I just made sure I wasn't the one paying for it anymore. Enjoy the rest of your vacation." I muted the chat again and put my phone away. That evening, I went to my favorite Korean barbecue place. Just me. No guilt, no obligation. I hadn't realized how tense my shoulders were until I sat down. Had a sizzling plate of bulgogi in front of me, and nobody was asking me for favors. It was peaceful. When I got home, I saw that Rachel had sent me a voice memo. I debated listening, but curiosity won. Her voice was strained and on the edge of sobbing. "I just don't understand what we're supposed to do, Jake. You know we don't have that kind of money. The airline's demanding payment or they'll cancel the return flight. Mom hasn't stopped crying. Dad's furious. Everyone keeps saying this is your fault. And I keep trying to tell them you're not like this, that you'll come through. Please just call me. We'll fix this together." She sniffled at the end as if waiting for me to feel bad. I didn't. For the first time in my life, I didn't feel guilty for standing up for myself because I hadn't done anything wrong. I just stopped letting them get away with it. The next day, I went about my life. Coffee in the morning, gym, answered emails. I even booked a solo trip to Thailand in 2 months. I'd always wanted to see the Lantern Festival. And now I had the airline voucher to cover most of it. Funny how karma works when you get out of your own way. It wasn't until that evening that I got the call that made me pause. My Aunt June. She was the only one who'd paid me up front. The only one who never expected me to just handle things. I hadn't heard from her since before the trip. "Jake," she said, her voice quiet. "I just wanted to say I'm proud of you." I blinked. "Wait, what?" "You did the right thing. They never appreciated you. Not once. I told your mom this would happen, but she wouldn't listen. None of them would. You've always been the reliable one, and they took that for granted. Maybe now they'll finally learn." I sat there for a moment, caught off guard by the unexpected kindness. "Thanks," I said. "Really, that means a lot. They're stuck over there until they figure out how to pay the airline," she said. "No one wants to lend them the money, not after what they did. They're humiliated. Rachel's been calling everyone." I nodded to myself. "Good," she laughed. "Honestly, yeah, good." A few days later, they finally made it back home, but not without burning more bridges. Turns out they couldn't afford to pay off the full-cost airline tickets, and the airline canceled their original return flight. So, they had to book new tickets at a markup using whatever credit was left on their cards. They split into groups, some flying budget airlines with multiple layovers. My dad and uncle had to borrow money from a distant cousin they hadn't spoken to in years. When they finally got back, their luggage didn't. The group chat was silent. Not one of them spoke to me directly for a week. Then, a Facebook post from Rachel showed up in my feed. Sometimes the people closest to you are the ones who hurt you most. Lesson learned. Oh, the irony. I didn't comment. I didn't react. But I did make one small update. I went to my bank, closed the credit card I had used for all family-related expenses, and opened a new one under a different bank, different email, and password. I changed every account, every login, every travel site I had ever let my family use. From that moment on, no one had access to my generosity. They'd have to earn it. Months passed. The holiday season came and went. I didn't attend Thanksgiving. I skipped Christmas dinner. When my mom finally called, her voice was soft, almost rehearsed. "I miss you," she said. "It hasn't been the same without you." I didn't respond right away. Then I asked, "Do you miss me? Or do you miss what I used to do for everyone?" She was quiet, then said, "Can it be both?" That answer told me everything I needed to know. So I told her gently, "I'm happy now. I've set boundaries. And if that means fewer family dinners, fewer trips, fewer favors, then that's okay. Because at least now I'm not being used." There was no fight, no dramatic screaming match, just silence. Then a small, resigned, "Okay." She hasn't called since. And I don't regret any of it. Because sometimes the real revenge isn't about causing pain. It's about removing yourself from the cycle, walking away, choosing peace, and letting them sit in the wreckage they built without you to clean it. Now on to the next story. Story 5. I'm Max, 24 years old, and I've always been the responsible one in my family. You know the type. The one who somehow becomes the de facto tech support, emotional support, and financial backup all rolled into one. I moved out when I was 20 and have been living on my own since, working a stable remote job in design, paying my bills and keeping my distance from the chaos that is my family. They're not all bad, not all the time. But when it comes to guilt trips and passive-aggressive manipulation, they could run a masterclass. Especially my mom. Now, my mom, she's got this charm about her that works on most people. Sweet smile, soft voice, that concerned parent aura that makes strangers think she's just the most loving, generous person alive. And she can be when it benefits her. But when things don't go her way, that mask comes off fast. Growing up, I was constantly reminded that my accomplishments were only possible because of her sacrifices. If I ever hinted at doing something on my own terms, I was met with sarcastic quips like, "Sure, Max, you know everything now, don't you?" Or, "Let me guess, you think you're better than us." Still, I kept the peace. I showed up to the holidays, sent birthday gifts, and called often enough to avoid the "you forgot about us" speeches. But things started shifting last year. I got a pretty big promotion. More responsibilities, yes, but also a serious pay bump. I didn't tell anyone at first, not because I was trying to hide it, but I just knew how the conversation would go. My family has this sixth sense when it comes to money. The second they suspect you're doing better, they start circling like vultures, looking for a way to benefit. But I slipped up. My younger sister, Lena, 19, came to visit for a weekend. And during dinner, she saw a bank notification pop up on my phone. It was a deposit, a bonus, and it was generous. Her eyes lit up. She didn't say anything right then, but I could tell the gears were turning. She spent the rest of the weekend asking weirdly specific questions. "How's work been lately? Are they treating you well? Must be nice not having to worry about rent. Do you still use that budgeting app? I need help with mine." It was subtle, but I knew where it was going. Sure enough, about a week later, I got a group text from Mom titled, "Family Vaki 2025. There were pictures attached, a beach resort, palm trees, some itinerary screenshots. The message said something like, "We haven't done a big family trip in years. It's time to make memories again. I found this amazing deal if we book by next week." I stared at it for a good 10 minutes before responding, because here's the kicker. There was no question. No, "Would you be interested?" Or, "Do you think you could help us make this happen?" It was presented as a done deal. I scrolled up and saw my name already listed under room 2, Max. I replied with a simple, "Looks nice. Who's paying for all this?" Mom responded almost instantly, "We were thinking you could cover it. You've been doing so well lately. It would mean a lot to the family." Now here's the thing. I could have afforded it. Not easily, but I could have shuffled some stuff around. But that wasn't the point. There was no discussion, no planning, just an assumption that because I'd been responsible and worked hard, I now owed them a luxury vacation. I didn't reply, not right away. Cue the calls. First, Lena. "Come on, Max, don't be like that. We never get to do anything as a family anymore. It's not like we're asking for a trip to Paris." Then, Mom. "You always say you want us to be close, but when we try to do something together, you're nowhere to be found." And then my aunt, who somehow got roped in, left me a voicemail about how family is everything, and money comes and goes, but memories are forever. After a few days of this, I sent a calm, direct text. "I appreciate the thought, but I'm not paying for the whole trip. If you guys want to do something together, we can plan something reasonable and split costs. No dramatics, just the truth." That didn't go over well. Mom called and went full guilt mode. "I carried you for 9 months, Max. I gave up so much for you. And this is how you repay me over a little trip? You're not even thinking of your sister. She's still so young. She deserves some fun. Or are you just too good for us now?" I wanted to scream, but I didn't. I just said, "I'm not paying." End of story. Silence for a couple days. Then I got a notification that a charge had hit my credit card. A big one, over $2,000. First, I thought it was fraud. I called the bank. They said it was for airline tickets. 3 of them in my name. I sat there stunned. Then I called the airline and asked for the itinerary. It matched the dates from Mom's trip plan. Same airport, same destination. I asked who booked them. They said the name, Elaine Myers. My mom. Called her. She picked up like nothing was wrong. "Max, you're going to love the hotel. Ocean view and everything. You used my card," I said. She actually laughed. "Well, I needed to hold the reservation. We were going to pay you back eventually." "No, Mom. You stole my card info." "Oh, don't be dramatic." That was the moment something in me cracked. I didn't yell. I didn't argue. I just said, "Cool," and hung up. Then I opened my banking app, reversed the charges, canceled the card, and requested a new one. I also called the airline and had the tickets flagged as fraudulent. That part wasn't easy. They made me jump through a few hoops, but eventually I got confirmation. The tickets were canceled. No refund would be issued since it wasn't a refundable fare. Tough luck. I didn't say anything. I just waited. An hour later, my phone rang. It was Lena. "Did you cancel the tickets?" I stayed quiet. "You're joking, right?" We were literally packing. Still quiet. Then Mom called. This time, she didn't sound sweet or charming. She sounded furious. "You didn't really think you were coming, did you?" she said, voice dripping with contempt. "You're not even part of this family anymore." I smiled. "Cool," I said, and hung up again. But that wasn't the end, because 2 days later I got a letter from my mom's lawyer, or at least someone pretending to be. The letter claimed I had committed financial interference and caused undue emotional distress by reversing the charges and canceling the trip. And that was when things got really interesting. First, I laughed. I mean, how could I not? A letter from a supposed lawyer. It was printed on plain white paper. No letterhead, no credentials, and filled with dramatic phrases like failure to comply and familial negligence. The sender's name at the bottom was James T. Reynolds, ESQ, which sounded like something pulled from a 90s courtroom drama. I did a quick search. No law license, no firm, no online footprint. Nada. So, unless my mom had stumbled across some discount legal service from a cereal box promotion, this lawyer was about as real as a soap opera plot twist. Still, it shook me a little. Not because I thought it was real, but because she was willing to go that far that fast. I started wondering, what was this really about? Was it just about the trip? Or had I somehow become the symbol of everything she resented? The one who got out? The one who didn't need her anymore? The next few days were quiet, but in that eerie, suspense movie kind of way, like the moment before a storm when the sky goes still. I didn't hear from my mom or Lena, which was rare. No calls, no texts, not even passive-aggressive "hope you're okay" messages. I should have enjoyed the peace, but instead, I felt like I was standing on a minefield. Then came the group chat. I was brushing my teeth when my phone buzzed again and again. Ping, ping, ping. Like a slot machine hitting the jackpot. I opened it. The group chat now had 8 people. Not just Mom and Lena, but my cousin Jake, my Aunt Marcia, my Uncle Greg, and 2 people I didn't even recognize at first. Apparently, word had spread, and they were all concerned about my erratic behavior. Marcia was the first to chime in. "Max, sweetie, we know your mom can be a little much sometimes, but this could have been such a beautiful time for everyone. Why blow it up over money?" Then, Jake, "You reversed the charges? Seriously? Couldn't you have just said no?" And my favorite from Greg, who I hadn't spoken to in 3 years. "Honestly, sounds like you've got a lot of bitterness you haven't dealt with. Maybe therapy would help." Therapy? Because I didn't want to be scammed out of a few thousand? I started typing a reply, deleted it, typed again, deleted it. I wasn't sure what response would even be heard. Finally, I wrote, "I didn't sign up for this trip." I said no multiple times. The tickets were booked with my stolen card info. I reversed a fraudulent charge. You can call that blowing things up, but to me it's just called setting boundaries. If you can't see that, then I think we all need a little space. And then I left the group. 15 seconds later, I got a text from Lena. "You're really doing this, huh?" I didn't reply. Another one came in. "You were always the favorite. Mom bent over backward for you. One little thing and you act like we owe you the world." The favorite. That was rich. I thought about the nights I stayed home to babysit while Lena went out. Or the time I worked extra hours to cover her phone bill. Or how I missed my college graduation because Mom got too sick to drive. Only to post pictures on Facebook from a wine tasting an hour away. It was always the same script. "Max, be a team player. Max, don't make it about you. Max, we're family." Until I started saying no. But here's where things took a turn. A real stomach-sinking kind of turn. The next day, my manager pinged me on Slack. Casual. "Hey, can we chat for 5?" I figured it was project-related, so I joined the video call, coffee in hand, half listening. But her face was weirdly serious. "Hey, Max, I just wanted to give you a heads up. We got an email this morning." I froze. "From who?" She looked uncomfortable. "Someone claiming to be a family member. They accused you of fraud, said we should watch our backs and not trust you with sensitive information. They even attached screenshots of what looks like a police report." I blinked. "What?" She paused. "Don't worry, we know it's ridiculous, but I had to flag it to HR just to cover ourselves. I told them it was obviously personal, but I wanted you to know what's going on." After the call, I just sat there completely still. I didn't even feel angry. Not yet. Just numb. This wasn't just about money anymore. This was about smearing me, about control. Mom couldn't get what she wanted, so she decided to punish me in the most vindictive way possible. By making me look dangerous, unstable, untrustworthy. And what scared me most wasn't the HR notice or the stupid email. It was how fast she escalated. I opened my inbox, searched for anything from my mom's name, and there it was. An email sent 2 hours earlier. Subject line, "You left us no choice." There were attachments. Screenshots of texts all out of context. A blurry photo of me at a bar from 3 years ago, laughing with a drink in hand. A fake-looking Word doc with the words "formal statement" in bold at the top. And the message itself was short, just one line. "Actions have consequences, Max. You'll see that soon." My heart was pounding. Not out of fear, but something deeper, something hotter. I had spent years swallowing my words, keeping my distance, trying to be the good son. I had forgiven more than I should have, tolerated what I would never advise a friend to tolerate. But this was war, and I wasn't going to sit back and watch her try to burn my life down. Not this time. I didn't sleep that night. I lay in bed, eyes open, staring at the ceiling, but my brain wouldn't shut off. It kept spinning through memories like a tape on fast forward. Birthday parties where I was scolded for not sharing enough. Late-night arguments about money. My mom crying in the kitchen after Lena crashed my car, blaming me for not watching her better. It was all playing in a loop now, recontextualized by that one email. You'll see that soon. She hadn't just crossed a line. She'd set the whole map on fire. By morning, I had a plan. Not revenge, not yet. That part would come later. First, I needed to protect myself. I started by calling my company's HR team. I explained the situation in more detail than I had with my manager. I told them I suspected a personal vendetta, that someone from my family was impersonating me or sending emails with false claims. Thankfully, HR was understanding. One of the reps, Dana, even said, "We've seen things like this before. Family can get messy." They logged everything and assured me they'd filter any future emails from my mom's address or anything similar. Next, I called my bank again. I confirmed the previous reversal had gone through, but I also asked them to block any future charges from the airline or the travel agency mom had used, just in case. Then I went through every online account I owned, changing passwords, enabling two-factor authentication, and locking down anything that could be used against me. Venmo, PayPal, even my old Facebook account. I deleted the email from my mom, but not before saving every attachment and taking screenshots of the message, just in case. It was around noon when I got the next surprise. A knock at my door. Not a soft, polite one. Not a package delivery. This was the kind of knock that said, "I know you're in there." I checked the peephole. It was Lena alone. I waited 5 seconds, 10, then opened it just enough to peer out. "Can I come in?" she said. "No, hello." No smile. "What do you want?" She sighed. "To talk. Just 5 minutes, please." Against my better judgment, I let her in. She looked tired, like she hadn't slept either. Her eyes were ringed with smudged mascara, and her ponytail looked like it had been tied 3 days ago and never touched since. But the look she gave me wasn't apologetic. It was cold. She sat down on the edge of my couch like she owned the place. "I didn't know she was going to go that far," she said finally. "The email to your job, the whole fake lawyer thing, that wasn't part of the plan." "Plan?" I asked. She flinched. "Okay, poor word choice. I just meant, Mom said if we applied a little pressure, maybe you'd come around. Book the tickets. Call it a misunderstanding. You know how she is." "Yeah, I do. But then you canceled them and she just snapped." I crossed my arms. "So you drove all the way here to tell me that?" Lena's mouth tightened. "No, I came to warn you." That caught me off guard. "She's talking to Aunt Dana now, and Uncle Fred. She's pulling out the big guns, trying to convince them you're cutting everyone off, isolating yourself. She's going to turn the whole family against you." I laughed once. "That ship sailed." "No, Max, you don't get it. She's saying you're unstable, that you're having some sort of mental episode." She brought up Dad. I stiffened. Our dad died when we were kids in a car accident. But in the years after, my mom crafted this narrative that he'd always been off, moody, paranoid, unreliable. She never said the word crazy, but it was always implied. And now she was using that same script on me. She told Aunt Dana you've been spiraling, said you might lose your job soon, and that's why you're lashing out. "And you believe that?" I asked. Lena hesitated. "No," she said, but it was too late. Her pause had already answered me. "You came here to warn me, huh?" I said. "Or did you come here to see if I'd crack?" She stood up. "I came here because she's scary when she's like this. You don't see it because you cut contact whenever things get hard. But I live with her, Max. I have to deal with the aftermath. And this time she's not just angry. She's on some kind of mission." I opened the door. "Then maybe it's time you stop living with her." Lena didn't move. "She'll turn on you eventually, too," I added. "You know that, right?" Her eyes flickered. She didn't say anything. When she finally left, she didn't slam the door or scream. She just walked out and got in her car. I didn't hear from her again. But the next week, that's when everything really started to unravel. It started with my landlord. "Hey, Max," his voicemail said. Weird thing. Your mother called the office this morning, said she was your emergency contact and needed a copy of your lease agreement. She said you were being evicted and she was coming to help you move out. I told her that wasn't true, obviously, but heads up. Then came my bank again. A new attempt to open a joint checking account with her name added to mine. Then one of my friends, Alex, messaged me. Bro, your mom just added me on Facebook. She's been DMing me. Asked if I've noticed any changes in your behavior. I didn't respond. I didn't need to, because that's when I knew she wasn't just trying to punish me anymore. She was trying to rewrite me, to paint this version of Max who was unreliable, paranoid, vindictive, to convince everyone around me that she was the victim and I was the problem. It was textbook. If she couldn't control the real version of me, she'd create a new one and broadcast it to the world. But what she didn't know, what she still doesn't know, is that I'd been documenting everything. Every message, every email, every attempt to interfere with my job, my housing, my finances, every name she dragged into it, every lie she told. I wasn't just playing defense anymore. I was getting ready to strike back. I spent the next 2 weeks doing something I never thought I'd do. I lawyered up. His name was Trent. Not flashy, not aggressive, but sharp as glass and calm like a surgeon. He specialized in family legal disputes, harassment, and digital defamation. After our first meeting, I sent him the full digital dossier I'd compiled. Emails, texts, voicemails, social media screenshots, even the fake lawyer letter. He was stunned by how organized I was. Max, he said, scrolling through the folder. This isn't just petty drama. This is targeted harassment. And if she contacted your employer under false pretenses, that could cross into legal territory real fast. That's when things shifted. I filed for a cease and desist. The letter was clean, factual, emotionless. It cited specific instances of impersonation, financial fraud, attempted defamation, and harassment. It also made clear that any future attempts to contact me, my employer, my landlord, or my friends would lead to escalation, including potential civil suits for damages and defamation. The letter went out, officially certified mail. 3 days later, silence. Then, like a dying fire flaring up one last time, my mom called. I didn't answer, of course. The voicemail was icy and measured, like she was reading from a script. I got your letter. I suppose this is who you are now. It's just sad. You used to be such a sweet boy. I hope one day you'll understand what you've done to this family. Click. And that was it. No apology, no self-reflection, just another guilt trip wrapped in victimhood. I blocked her number, changed mine a week later, updated all my passwords, got a credit freeze, and removed every single family member from my socials. I even asked HR to set up a gatekeeper flag so that any external communication involving my name would come to me first. They were more than happy to comply. As for Lena, she messaged me 2 months later from a new number. It was short. You were right. She turned on me. I didn't reply. Not out of spite, just peace. Real peace. The kind you feel when you finally put out the last ember of a house you should have left burning years ago. In the end, Mom didn't get her tropical vacation. She didn't get her money or her leverage or her control. All she got was a silence louder than any apology I could have given, and the cold realization that her manipulation didn't work on me anymore. I didn't just walk away. I shut the door for good. And let me tell you, the air is a lot cleaner on the other side. Now on to the next story. Story 6. My mom pulled me aside and said, "Next week is just special. You being there would ruin that." My dad added, "You're too different now." I clinked my fork to my glass. Duly noted. That night, I reversed every Italy charge, locked their URL passes, and canceled their airport transfers. At check-in, they were denied everything. My brother's text came first. "Unblock the account now," I replied. I was so angry I couldn't sleep. They planned it all without me. A dream vacation through Italy, Venice to Florence to Rome. Booked down to the last detail. Luxury hotels, high-speed trains, private vineyard tour in Tuscany, dinner reservations at places you have to know someone to even get on the wait list. They planned it for themselves and they used my money to do it. Not a single mention of me. Not my name, Not my daughter Ava's. Not my son Luke's. Just Mom, Dad, my sister Melanie, her husband Josh, and their 2 kids. That was the family they had in mind, the one that mattered. It hit me when I saw the email confirmation. It wasn't even supposed to come to me. Melanie must have forwarded it by accident. It listed everything. Dates, travelers, the itinerary, and it felt like someone punched me in the chest. I sat there rereading it, waiting to see my name tucked somewhere in the footnotes. It never came. 6 months ago, Mom had floated the idea during one of our usual Sunday dinners. She said she'd always dreamed of doing a big family trip. Said she wanted the kids to experience Europe while they were still young. She mentioned that Melanie and Josh were strapped for cash, and she asked if I'd be willing to help cover the upfront costs. Said she'd settle it later. I said, yes, of course. No hesitation. I just landed a big consulting contract and wanted to do something meaningful for the family. Something that would bring us closer. I paid for the whole thing. Flights, hotels, URL passes, the works. And then they cut me out of it completely. I didn't confront them right away. I waited for Sunday. They were all there acting like nothing had happened. Mom served baked ziti like it was just another weekend. Dad talked about golf. Melanie sat there smiling like the knife hadn't already been twisted. After dinner, I brought up the trip, just casually said, Italy sounds beautiful this time of year. Silence. Mom looked at me and said, next week is just special, and that me being there would ruin it. Dad leaned back and said, you're too different now. No one disagreed. Not one of them spoke up. It was like they all rehearsed it. I clinked my fork against my glass. Duly noted. I didn't argue. I didn't ask for an explanation. I took my kids home, helped them get ready for bed. And once the house was quiet, I got to work. Everything was still in my name, every hotel room, every pass, every transfer. They hadn't touched the billing. They didn't even have the courtesy to hide their arrogance. I reversed every charge one by one. Froze the travel cards. Locked the rail passes. Canceled the transfers. Hotel reservations gone. I sat back and watched it all burn. By 7:42 the next morning, Josh sent the first text, unblock the account now. I replied, sorry, I'm too different now. Then came the calls from Mom, the emails from Dad. Melanie texted me a screenshot of her crying daughter and said I was being cruel, but I didn't answer. They wanted to make this trip about their family. Fine, let them figure it out on their own dime. And they still didn't know this was just the beginning. They strutted into JFK like they owned the place. First-class tickets, matching luggage sets. Josh even wore loafers with no socks, like he thought that made him European already. I saw it all on Melanie's Instagram story captioned, Ciao Bella, with a boomerang of champagne glasses clinking. I wasn't even angry at that point, just waiting. They had no clue everything was gone. I hadn't just reversed the charges and canceled the bookings. I called every hotel and explained the situation. Canceled the airport car in Rome and the vineyard tour in Chianti. I flagged the URL passes as stolen. Changed the login details on the travel portal. Left no trace of the trip ever being theirs. I knew the exact moment it started to fall apart. Their flight was set to board at 6:40 p.m. At 6:12, I got a text from Josh. Why are we being denied boarding? Then Melanie, did you cancel the flights? Then a barrage of calls. All ignored. It must have been chaos. For adults and 2 kids standing at the gate with stunned faces trying to understand why a trip that was supposedly fully paid for suddenly didn't exist. I imagine Melanie getting loud. Josh pretending to be calm. Dad trying to flex some imaginary authority. Mom probably just standing there furious. Someone told her no. I sat in my kitchen with Ava and Luke and helped them make pizza from scratch. They didn't know anything. I wanted it that way. They still think Grandma and Grandpa had to cancel their trip because something came up. Around 9 p.m. the text shifted in tone. Josh, you're acting psychotic. You're hurting your own family. Melanie, your kids will hear about this one day. I didn't answer either. I let the silence work. Then, Dad sent a message that almost made me laugh. You've embarrassed us. You've gone too far. I replied, hope it was still special. The next morning, I saw their car in the driveway. They were back 20 hours after takeoff, defeated and exhausted. That's when the new game started. The second layer of this whole disaster. At 3:47 p.m., the doorbell rang. It was Mom. No makeup, hair pulled back. Her tone was somewhere between neutral and annoyed. She didn't start with an apology. Not even close. She said, "All right, you made your point." I let her talk. She went on about how these kinds of stunts drive wedges in families. How I needed to be more understanding. How it wasn't fair to ruin something they had planned for so long just because I felt excluded. Then she said, "Anyway, I wanted to talk to you about the backyard. The contractor is still scheduled to start next month and we don't want to lose the date. Your dad said you might be able to help cover the deposit." I looked at her. She honestly believed I'd come around. That some part of me still wanted in. That money was just something I'd always provide because that's what I'd always done. I nodded slowly. "Let me look at my accounts," I said. "I'll let you know by the end of the week." She smiled like she thought she'd won something back. She left satisfied. And that was perfect because now it was my turn to play. The quiet was strategic. I could feel it like they were giving me just enough space to save face. Not out of respect, but calculation. In their minds, I was probably sulking, regretting what I'd done at the airport, running out of steam. They assumed I'd come crawling back with a check and an apology like always. They didn't realize something had finally broken in me. On Thursday, the first feeler came in. Melanie texted like she was messaging a coworker. "Hey, Mom said you were thinking about helping with the backyard thing. Just let us know so we can confirm with the contractor." There wasn't even a question in there. No warmth. Just that blank family tone they always used when they needed something. I left it unread for a couple of hours. Then I answered, "Still sorting some stuff out. We'll let you know soon." That soon turned into tomorrow, then the day after. By Friday morning, Mom sent a longer message. "Contractor needs the deposit today to hold the schedule. We're trying not to lose the fall install window. Can you confirm?" I wrote back, "I might be able to send half. Let me check with my bank." I didn't check anything. Saturday, nothing from me. Sunday, still quiet. Monday, Dad called. I watched his name buzz on my screen and let it ring out. A minute later, the text came, "We're not trying to pressure you. Just need to know what's happening so we can plan." I texted back, "Totally get it. Should have an answer soon." And I let that soon stretch again. Wednesday afternoon, Melanie sent a voice memo. I didn't even listen, just stared at the waveform. It was probably her pretending to be nice, pretending to understand, pretending this was all normal. Later that night, I finally replied, "Talk to the bank today. Small issue with a flagged transaction. I think I can send it by Friday." That was the final hook. The one that made them wait again, that made them circle another date on the calendar with hope. Friday came and passed. No payment, no message. Saturday morning, Dad wrote, "We told the contractor we'd handle it ourselves. Don't worry about it." Then a separate one from Mom. "If you still want to pitch in later, every bit helps." I could feel the frustration brewing under those words. Not because of the money, but because I wasn't doing what I'd always done. Rescue them. Smooth it all over. Make the uncomfortable go away. And now they were stuck with the discomfort. Melanie sent a photo that night. Their backyard, patchy grass, a few white flags marking where a patio might have gone. She captioned it, "Still hoping to make something happen before the weather turns." I didn't respond. I just stared at it. The space between us wasn't awkward anymore. It was growing on purpose. For the first time in my life, I was done making sure they were okay. And they were just starting to feel what that meant. A week slipped by with nothing but silence. Not a single message from Mom, Dad, or Melanie. No polite nudges about the backyard. No updates about rescheduling the trip. Just nothing. It would have felt peaceful if I didn't know them so well. They weren't moving on. They were regrouping, waiting me out, trying to make me feel like I was the one who walked away. Then something came in from left field. I got a text from my cousin Erica. "Hey, just checking in. Grandma's really upset about the Italy thing. You okay?" Stopped me cold. Grandma? She hadn't been mentioned once in this whole mess. She lives alone in Albany, hasn't traveled in over a decade. She's the kind of person who sends handwritten thank you notes and remembers everyone's birthdays. Always stayed out of family drama. I asked Erica what Grandma was upset about. She said, Melanie told her you canceled the trip out of nowhere and made them lose thousands. Grandma's confused and thinks you might be having some kind of breakdown. So that was it. They were already rewriting the story. I was no longer the guy who footed the bill and got excluded. I was now the unstable son who sabotaged a wholesome family trip. Of course, they would twist it that way. They always controlled the narrative until now. I called Grandma. She answered right away. Voice quiet but heavy. Peter, she said. What happened, honey? I told her everything. I didn't dramatize it. I didn't vent. I just laid it all out. How they asked me to pay months ago. How they planned every detail without me or my kids. How I found out by mistake. And how when I brought it up, they told me I'd ruin the trip just by being there. She didn't interrupt once. After a long pause, she said, That's not what they told me. They said you refused to go. Said you canceled the cards in a fit of anger. I told her that wasn't even close. She was quiet again. Then she said, I'm so sorry, Peter. I don't know what's wrong with them. That was all I needed to hear. But the fallout came quickly. An hour after that call, I got a text from Mom. Did you just tell Grandma some twisted version of events? Then Melanie, you're making things worse. She's old, Peter. She doesn't need stress like this. Josh even chimed in. This is toxic behavior, man. You're turning people against their own family. I read each one and just felt done. Not angry, not sad, just completely done. They had excluded me, lied about it, tried to manipulate Grandma, and now had the nerve to accuse me of being divisive. So I replied with one final message, sent to the group chat with all 4 of them. Effective immediately. I'm stepping back from helping financially. No more vacations, no more renovations, no loans, no we'll pay you back texts. If I'm too different to be part of the family, then I'm too different to fund it. Best of luck with the backyard. I hit send and put my phone down. No one replied that night. Not because they were shocked, but because they finally understood I meant it. About a week after I cut them off, Melanie called me out of nowhere. Full phone call, not a text. I didn't answer. She left a voicemail that was almost comical in tone. All upbeat and sweet like we were catching up after a vacation. Said she'd been thinking about what I said and that we should all get together soon. She even threw in, the kids miss you, like that was some magic phrase. A few days later, Mom sent me a picture of a stack of cheap patio stones dumped in their yard. No workers, no progress, just a mess. She wrote, We're still going to try and make it work ourselves. Found a good deal locally. It was a move. Subtle, careful, just enough to imply, look how hard we're trying without you. While still giving me a door to walk through if I wanted to come crawling back. I replied, Looks promising. Let me know if you need help hauling. That cracked the door open just enough and, like clockwork, they walked right in. Mom texted a long paragraph about how every family goes through seasons and how she hoped I knew that money wasn't why we wanted you around. She said we all just got a little lost in the middle of planning and that maybe it was time for a reset. Melanie messaged me separately. She said she'd been feeling off ever since the airport fiasco and wanted to reconnect. No pressure. She asked if we could grab coffee next week just to talk. No expectations. Even Josh, who usually stuck to single-word messages or passive-aggressive emojis, texted, I think I overreacted. We all did. No hard feelings. It was an impressive pivot like a full-on rebranding campaign. Suddenly, I wasn't toxic or unstable or too different. I was valuable again, useful. So, I decided to give them a taste of their own medicine. I told Melanie I'd love to meet. Picked a date and time. She sent a little heart emoji back and even said she'd buy. Then the morning of, I canceled. Said something vague about a work call running long. She was disappointed but polite. Totally understand. Let's reschedule soon. We didn't. A few days later, Mom asked if I might be able to chip in a little for gravel delivery. Just $300 to help cover the shortfall. I said, I'll check some things and get back to her. I didn't. Dad mentioned they were looking into firewood delivery for winter. Said the supplier they used last year raised prices. I told him to send me the link. Said I'd see what I can do. He did. I didn't. And every time they followed up, I sent back the same tone they used with me for years. Empty kindness, polite avoidance, vague interest with zero commitment. It worked better than I thought. Melanie went silent first, stopped replying to even the basic texts. Then Mom's messages got shorter, more spaced out, and then stopped altogether. Josh unfollowed me on Instagram. Dad didn't send his usual happy birthday group text to the whole family when October rolled around. That one was weird. It had gone out like clockwork for a decade. The funniest part was that they couldn't say anything about it. I hadn't done anything wrong. I hadn't yelled, hadn't cursed, hadn't told them off. I had just become them. The version of them they'd always been to me. All promises, no payment. All surface, no substance. And I think for the first time, they felt what it was like to be on the outside of their own games. It must have been hell. Thanksgiving came like it always does, creeping up while you're still convinced it's barely October. But this year, something was different. My phone stayed quiet. Not a single group text from Mom. No passive-aggressive reminder from Melanie. Please RSVP this year, like she used to send. No half-hearted invite from Dad, usually added as a forwarded message, like an afterthought. It was the first time in my entire life I wasn't invited. I didn't say anything. I didn't ask. I didn't send a "Hey, what's the plan?" text just to pretend like I wasn't waiting for one myself. Instead, on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, I saw it all play out on social media. Melanie had gone full Pinterest this year. There was a long table set for 10 with mini pumpkins as placeholders, handwritten name cards, napkins folded into little fans. She captioned it, "Grateful for the real ones." Every chair was filled. Every plate had a name. Mine wasn't one of them. Neither was Ava's or Luke's. It was deliberate. It wasn't about forgetting. It wasn't about a miscommunication. They made a choice. No Peter, no reminder of what had shifted. Just the carefully curated version of family. The one that didn't challenge them. The one that never asked them to feel guilty or accountable. I didn't tell Ava and Luke anything. We made our own dinner. Not turkey. They voted for homemade mac and cheese and waffles. So that's what we did. We ate on the couch, watched old movies, and laughed so hard I actually forgot for a moment what day it was. A few days later, I bumped into Erica again. Grocery store parking lot. Same awkward half-smile. "They didn't invite you?" she asked, even though she already knew the answer. "Nope," I said. "First year." She nodded slowly. Melanie told Grandma it was just simpler this way. Less tension. Less tension. That's how they phrased cutting me and my kids out completely. Like we were background noise they could mute. Like their problem wasn't what they did to me, but how uncomfortable it made them to look at it. Christmas came next, and I didn't even bother checking my phone. The only photo I saw was from a neighbor who follows Melanie on Instagram. She posted a family photo in front of the fireplace. Matching pajamas, 5 stockings, hot cocoa, the usual. I zoomed in out of curiosity. There were names on the stockings. None for my kids. No Ava, no Luke. No me, not even a just-in-case placeholder hung at the end. The message couldn't have been clearer. They weren't just excluding me. They were erasing us. First, it stung. I'd be lying if I said it didn't. But that pain didn't last. Turned into something colder, quieter. Not bitterness, just distance. A kind of emotional silence I didn't know I was capable of. By January, I stopped checking for their names in my notifications. I took Ava and Luke to Seattle for New Year's. Just us. We walked through Pike Place in the rain, rode the Ferris wheel, bought overpriced souvenirs, and stayed in a hotel that had a fireplace and robes that made them laugh. It wasn't traditional. It wasn't planned down to the second. It was real. And for the first time in years, I didn't feel like I was missing anything. I didn't feel left out. I felt free. Funny thing is, that year was my best financially. I landed 3 new clients, finally closed out a nightmare project from the year before, and had more money sitting in my accounts than I'd ever had in my life. I could have bought Melanie's entire backyard twice over. Could have paid for their trip again and upgraded every seat. Could have handed them a blank check just to prove a point. Instead, I installed a heated driveway at my place and started planning a summer road trip with my kids. No group chat needed. No approval required. They stopped inviting me not because I changed, but because I stopped accepting their rules. I stopped making it easy to use me and ignore me at the same time. And once the money was gone, once I made it clear that nothing else came with it, not silence, not forgiveness, not a smile, they had no idea how to treat me anymore. So they didn't. They cut me out to protect their comfort. And I stayed out to protect my peace. 2 months passed. It was February when I got the envelope. Plain. No return address. Just my name written in Mom's handwriting. Shaky like she wasn't sure whether to send it. I stood in the kitchen staring at it for a while. Could have tossed it, but curiosity won. Inside was a folded letter and a check. The letter was short, 2 paragraphs. The first said they were reaching out to repair what's left. The second said the check was for your share of the Italy trip since you didn't attend. It was for $3,600. I laughed. Actually laughed. Not because of the amount, but because they still thought this was about money. Like they could tie a ribbon around that week, refund my missed experience, and pretend none of it happened. As if writing me a check would cancel out the way they cut me and my kids out of their lives. I didn't cash it. I stuck it to the fridge with a magnet and let it sit there. 3 days later, I got a message from Josh. Just one sentence. We need to talk. I ignored it. Then Melanie texted, Grandma's in the hospital. She asked for you. That one made me pause. I called the hospital, confirmed it was true. Mild heart issue, nothing critical, but she'd asked for me twice. So I drove up. When I walked in, she smiled like I hadn't missed a beat. Like we hadn't skipped 2 holidays and a dozen family functions. We talked for an hour, mostly about books, weather, random things. Then she said, Don't let them write the end without you. I didn't know what to say. On the way home, I stopped by a diner and sat in my car with a coffee, staring at that check again in my mind. That night, Melanie called again. This time, I picked up. She jumped straight in, said they wanted to reset everything. Said maybe it was time for a real talk. She didn't apologize. Not exactly. But she said the kids asked why they hadn't seen Ava and Luke in so long. She said maybe we should get everyone together soon. Then the part 1 didn't see coming. She said Mom and Dad were talking about selling the house. The money from the sale, she said, might go into a shared account for family needs. She called it an inheritance, and they were hoping I'd contribute to build something future-focused. I didn't even respond. I just ended the call. The next morning, I mailed the check back. No note, just the check. That was the end. Not with a fight. Not with yelling, just silence. Since then, nothing. No messages, no calls, no fake family brunches. It's like they finally realized I was done playing alone. No more leverage, no more fallback. The group threads stopped buzzing. Birthdays passed unmentioned. The house eventually sold. I heard through Erica. They bought a smaller place outside the city. No one invited me to see it. I don't think they hate me. I think I scared them because I wasn't bitter. I wasn't dramatic. I didn't try to win. I just left. And I didn't look back. Now on to the next story. Story 7. My parents said there wasn't enough room for me on the family trip. But a week later, my mom posted photos laughing on a boat. Matching shirts. Grateful for every one of them except me. I said nothing. Then their car broke down in another state and my card wasn't working anymore. My dad called me 27 times. My sister texted, Why did you freeze the account? At first, I ignored but then sent $1 with a note. I couldn't believe it when they told me. My own parents looked me in the eye and said there wasn't enough room for me on the family trip this year. At first, I thought I'd misheard. I even waited a second, expecting someone to laugh. They didn't. We just had to make some hard choices with space, my mom said. We thought it would be good for you to have some quiet time, my dad added. I sat there stunned. It didn't make sense. I wasn't some cousin or distant relative. I'm their son and this was Lake Havasu, our summer trip, The one tradition that had stayed solid even when everything else in our family started getting shaky. It hit me harder than I thought it would. I didn't yell or argue. I just nodded slowly, said, "Okay," and walked out of the house. The minute I closed their front door behind me, the anger crept in. It wasn't even about the trip. Not really. It was about what it said. That I was the easiest one to cut out, that I was extra. And then a week later, it got worse. The first photo came from Jackie. A story on Instagram of her and Jack and matching shirts holding those ridiculous novelty margaritas, dancing on a dock. I tapped through a few more. My parents and Rachel and Uncle Mike. The kid. That part confused me. I hadn't seen that kid before. I did a little digging and found out through a comment thread that he was the 14-year-old son of a family friend. Some neighbor. Apparently, he really needed a break from home, so they brought him along so there was room, just not for me. I stopped watching the stories after my mom posted a picture of the whole group on a boat. All tanned and relaxed. Captioned, "Grateful for every one of them." That one hit different. I stared at that picture for a long time. Then I logged out. I didn't call, didn't ask questions, didn't let them know how I felt. I figured if I was such an afterthought to them, maybe it was time they started to feel like one to me. The next night, I remembered the credit account. It was supposed to be for emergencies. That was the deal. They needed my name because I had the best credit in the family. We all agreed it would be used sparingly and paid off monthly. That was a lie. Over the past year, I watched charges pile up. Gas stations, groceries, travel bookings, even Amazon orders that clearly weren't mine. I paid off most of it just to protect my own score. And now they're off sipping drinks and posting gratitude while I'm here paying their bills. I logged into the account and froze it. No warning, no text, just clicked freeze and logged out. The next morning, the calls started early. I was up feeding my dog when the first one came in. I let it ring. Then again and again. 7 calls in the first hour. Then a pause. Then Jackie. "Why did you freeze the account? We're stuck in the middle of nowhere." I didn't reply. I went to the coffee shop, walked my dog again, and by the time I got home, I'd missed 27 calls in total. Texts were piling in. My mom even tried emailing me. I didn't open it. Instead, I opened Venmo, sent them exactly $1, and wrote, "Sorry, I don't have any money for you." Then I turned off my phone and took a nap. They got back the next evening. I knew because I'd been tracking their location through the shared Find My app. Something they'd forgotten we all had set up after my sister lost her phone during a hike last year. I watched the little dot move across the map like a slow, angry storm cloud heading straight for me. I assumed they'd cool off for a day or two. I was wrong. At 7:43 p.m., someone started pounding on my front door. Not knocking, pounding like they were trying to kick it down. My dog, Thor, bolted from the living room and started snarling at the door like it owed him money. I looked through the peephole and, yep, there they were. My entire loving family, back from their perfect vacation. Mom, Dad, Jackie, Jack, and Rachel, and even Uncle Mike, who stood a few feet behind them with an expression like he wasn't sure what exactly he'd signed up for. I didn't open it at first, just watched. Jackie was already mid-rant. My dad was pacing. My mom looked like she practiced the speech. Jack was standing way too close to the door, like he was ready to square up with someone, which made me laugh. Then my dad banged again. "Andrew, open the door." I opened it. The second the door cracked, they shoved their way in without waiting. Thor lunged at Jack, barking so hard he was practically foaming. Jack yelped and jumped back like a cartoon character. If I hadn't grabbed Thor's collar, he might have gone for his ankle. "Get control of that damn animal," Jack said. "He's trained to hate freeloaders," I said. They didn't laugh. My mom started first. She went straight into lecture mode, talking over everyone, saying how irresponsible and cruel it was to freeze the account while they were out of state, that it was dangerous, that I should have thought of the family. I didn't say anything. I just let her go. It was always about how they felt. Dad said I acted like a spiteful little kid. Jackie, who spent the whole trip posting fake deep captions about grateful hearts and sunsets, told me I made them look stupid in front of their Airbnb host and the kids' parents. Aunt Rachel said I should be ashamed of myself, that no decent person would do what I did. Then Jack, the guy who's been around for barely a year and already acts like he's part of the family inheritance, stepped forward and said, "If this is how you treat your own blood, man, maybe you don't deserve to be part of this family." That almost made me laugh out loud. I looked at him for a solid 5 seconds before replying, "You're not family. You're just the plus one who didn't get left out." He got all puffed up like he wanted to swing. Thor growled again. I wish I'd let go of the leash. The yelling kept going. Every room in my apartment felt too small for this much anger. I just stood in the center of it all, listening to them throw guilt, accusations, and complaints like I hadn't spent the last year bailing them out financially while they pretended I didn't exist. Nobody said sorry. Nobody admitted they were wrong for excluding me. It was just a lecture on how I'd made them uncomfortable. Finally, I had enough. Get out. They didn't move. I'm not kidding. Get the hell out of my apartment. One by one, they filed out. Jackie muttered something under her breath. Jack glared. Aunt Rachel slammed the door behind her like it would prove something. My mom said nothing for once. Uncle Mike was the last to leave. He didn't look angry, he just looked embarrassed. He stood there in the doorway for a second like he was going to say something, but then nodded and walked out. After the door clicked shut, the silence was perfect. I took Thor for a walk. Didn't bring my phone. Didn't care what messages were waiting. Whatever storm they were brewing next, I already knew one thing. I wasn't playing along this time. For 3 days, they went silent. No calls, no texts, nothing. It felt too calm, like the air before a thunderstorm. I wasn't stupid. I knew it wasn't over. People like them don't let things go when they're not in control. Then Saturday morning happened. I took Thor out early, walked to the park, got a breakfast sandwich, and came back feeling like maybe the storm had passed. But the second I reached the front of my building, I knew something was wrong. The security door downstairs was propped open with a rock. Someone had jammed it so it wouldn't close. We don't have a doorman or anything fancy. It's just a 6-unit building with normal locks and quiet neighbors. But today, the stairwell floor was muddy, and I could see fresh shoe prints going up to the 2nd floor. My floor. I rushed up. The door to my apartment was closed, but it wasn't locked. I always lock it. Always. Thor started growling before I even opened it. And then I saw them, sitting in my apartment, comfortable, like it was their house. My mom at the kitchen counter, sipping coffee like she brewed it herself. My dad sitting on my couch, flipping through a stack of my mail. Jackie scrolling through something on my iPad. Jack was standing by the window, eating the last 2 slices of pizza I had saved from the night before. Aunt Rachel had taken her shoes off and was rubbing lotion into her feet like she was settling in for the day. Uncle Mike was there too, off to the side, clearly uncomfortable but still part of it. I didn't say anything at first, just stood in the doorway with the leash still in my hand and Thor pulling forward, barking like he wanted to rip Jack's face off. I didn't stop him. Not right away. "What the hell are you doing in my apartment?" My dad didn't even blink. "We needed to talk. You wouldn't return our calls. So, you broke into my place? You gave us a key, Andrew," my mom said. "You said it was for emergencies. This is an emergency. You feeling uncomfortable in Arizona because you had to pay for your own gas?" They all started talking over each other. My mom said I had crossed the line. Jackie called me manipulative. Jack tried to throw his weight around again, stepping up like he thought he was the man of the house. I almost let Thor off the leash just to see what would happen. And then, as if they hadn't already lost their minds, they dropped the bomb. They said I owed them for the kitchen. Months ago, I let my parents use my credit for a card they couldn't qualify for. Just one more emergency they promised they'd handle. I knew they used it for groceries and gas. But what they didn't tell me was that they charged $8,000 for kitchen renovations, cabinets, electrical, plumbing, a full upgrade they never told me about. It was a family expense. My mom said, "You benefited too. I haven't eaten a meal in that kitchen in 10 months. I said. My dad stood up and said, "If I refused to pay for it, I was turning my back on the family." Aunt Rachel chimed in about how selfishness always leads to isolation. And then Jack, who somehow still thought this was his moment, said, "You're going to regret treating blood like this." I looked at each of them one by one. Nobody said sorry for excluding me. Nobody said they understood why I was hurt. Nobody admitted they'd gone too far. They didn't care. They were just mad they couldn't control me anymore. "Get out," I said. Jack laughed. "Or what?" I didn't answer. I walked over, opened the front door, and pointed. "You've got 10 seconds before I call the cops." 9. They left slowly, muttering, shoving on their shoes, slamming the door. My mom said I was acting like a stranger. Jackie said I was dead to her. Jack said nothing. He was too busy dodging Thor on the way out. Uncle Mike hesitated in the doorway. He looked at me like he wanted to say something, but instead he just walked away. The second they were gone, I changed the locks. And then I got to work. I gathered every screenshot of charges on the card that weren't mine. Photos of the kitchen I hadn't stepped foot in for nearly a year. Texts, emails. I called the credit company and opened a fraud dispute. Took them 5 days to review it all. And then I got the email. The charge had been reversed. $8,000 wiped clean. They'd be billed directly. If they didn't pay, collections would hit their names, not mine. I sat back on my couch and smiled. Thor jumped up next to me, still sniffing around like he expected them to come back. They wouldn't. Not for a while. But this wasn't over. They just lost access to my money. Now they were going to lose their grip completely. 2 days after the $8,000 charge got wiped from my name, the family group chat lit up for the first time in weeks. I muted it a long time ago, but the notifications were still there like smoke after a fire. Jackie went first. "We need to talk. Seriously, it's about Dad." Then my mom. "Can we come over, please? Just 10 minutes. Another one from Jackie about 10 minutes later. "He might lose his job. Andrew, please just talk to us." I didn't open any of them. I already knew what this was. Damage control, guilt, begging, fake concern. They weren't sorry. They were cornered. But the part about my dad's job caught my attention. Later that afternoon, while I was eating lunch in the break room, a number I didn't recognize called me. I let it go to voicemail. Then I listened. It was someone from HR at the company where my dad worked. Apparently, the credit card company had flagged the billing address he used, his office, and because the charges were reversed and disputed under fraud, it had triggered an investigation. Now he was on administrative leave. That evening, Jackie sent another barrage of messages. "You've gone too far. This is your fault. You're destroying Dad. How could you do this to us?" I didn't respond. I knew if I opened that door again, even a crack, they'd pour in like floodwater. I was done being the one who bled for the family. Done paying for their messes, literal or emotional. Around 8:30, someone knocked on my door. Not pounding, just 2 light knocks. I checked through the peephole. Uncle Mike. He stood there holding a 6-pack and a plastic bag of takeout. I opened the door. No words. Just moved aside so he could walk in. He sat down like he wasn't sure if I'd throw him out, too. "I'm not here to fix anything," he said. "I just wanted you to know the truth. You deserve that." He didn't waste time, no warm-up, no sugarcoating. The 14-year-old kid they brought on the trip. Not some poor neighbor's son. He was Jack's little brother. His parents were in the middle of an ugly divorce, and Jackie thought bringing him along would help him cope. She convinced my mom it would be a good look. A charitable family gesture. My dad didn't care either way, so they made room for him. That's why I got cut. "They knew you'd be angry," Uncle Mike said. "They just didn't care enough to deal with it." He looked down at his hands, shaking his head. I didn't agree with any of it, but I went anyway. I thought maybe I could talk to them, make them see. It didn't work. I didn't say anything for a while. I appreciated that he came clean, but it didn't change anything. They had made a choice. Not a mistake, a choice, and choices have consequences. That night, Jackie posted something passive-aggressive on her Instagram story. Black screen, white text. "You think you're punishing us, but you're only punishing yourself. Family is forever until you throw it away." I blocked her. Then I blocked my mom, then my dad. Uncle Mike was the only one I didn't. I took Thor out for a walk later, and for the first time in weeks, the air actually felt good. I didn't know what they'd try next, but I wasn't afraid of it anymore. They were the ones losing control now. The block didn't stop them. They started showing up instead. First, it was Jackie. 2 days later, I saw her through the peephole, pacing back and forth like she was practicing a speech. She knocked, waited, knocked again. I didn't open. She slipped a note under the door. It said, "You're not acting like family. You're acting like a stranger with a grudge. Be better." I didn't read the rest, just crumpled it up and tossed it in the trash. Then my mom came by the next night. I watched her from the window as she sat in her car outside my building for nearly half an hour. She never came to the door, just stared up at my unit, probably hoping I'd notice. I did. I still didn't care. By Friday, the silence felt too calculated, too strategic. Then I got a text, not from a number I recognized. It was Jack. "You might want to check your credit report. And don't worry, this wasn't me. But I warned you. You started this." He was trying to rattle me. I almost ignored it. But something about the way he phrased it, "This wasn't me," made me pause. So I pulled up my credit monitoring app. There it was. A new inquiry from a home improvement store made 2 days ago, and another one from a contractor supply chain under my name. Someone was trying to open a new account. I froze. They hadn't just maxed out my card. They were trying to open another one using my info. Still trying to get more out of me. Even after everything that happened, I called the credit company and locked everything down. Fraud alert. Full report filed. They confirmed the application came from my parents' home IP address. That was the moment something snapped in me for good. It wasn't just about a vacation anymore, or money, or guilt. They were stealing from me again. I didn't yell, didn't storm over there. Instead, I did one thing. I printed out everything. The fraudulent credit applications, screenshots of texts, the kitchen renovation invoice, the HR contact log from my dad's employer, and the full email thread with the credit company. I dropped the stack off at their front door in a sealed envelope with no note. Let the facts speak for themselves. That night around midnight, my phone rang. It was Uncle Mike. He didn't ask how I was. Didn't say hello. He just said, "They lost it. Your dad's talking about pressing charges for harassment. Your mom thinks you're trying to destroy the family. Jackie is blaming you for dad's job. Jack's feeding them all poison." I didn't respond right away. Then he said something I didn't expect. "I think you should stop answering the door. Not just for now. For good." "Why?" I asked. He sighed. "Because Jackie said something tonight that made the room go quiet. She said you'd ruined everything, and the only way to make you pay was to ruin something of yours." "What does that mean?" "I don't know, but it didn't sound like a threat. It sounded like a plan." I looked over at Thor, sleeping peacefully on the floor. I'd had enough. 3 days passed. No knocks, no messages, just eerie quiet, but I didn't relax. I started locking the door even when I was inside. Thor didn't leave my side. And every night, I checked the security camera I'd installed just above my door. I stopped sleeping with my phone on silent. Then it happened. It was 2:17 a.m. when my phone lit up with a notification. Motion detected. Front door. I tapped it open and stared at the screen. There they were, Jackie, Jack, and my mom standing outside my door with garbage bags. One of them was filled with what looked like shredded paper and another with tools. I watched in silence as Jack crouched down and started jamming something into the keyhole. I called the police immediately. No warning this time. No hesitation. They didn't get far. By the time the first officer showed up, they'd already broken off part of the lock and spilled glue inside the keyhole. One of them, probably Jackie, had tried to superglue a handwritten sign to my door. It said, "You don't deserve to live alone." When the cops asked me if I wanted to press charges, I didn't even blink. Yes, they were detained on the spot. My mom begged me to say it was a misunderstanding. Jack tried to make it sound like a prank. Jackie was silent, face red, arms crossed like a child caught stealing. I signed the report. That was the last time I saw any of them. The next morning, I got a call from their lawyer. Some family friend trying to mediate. Said they didn't want this to escalate. asked what I wanted. I told him I'd think about it. Then I hung up. 2 days later, I sent a letter. Inside was a printed invoice for the $8,000 kitchen repair. No longer my problem, and a note. You can figure it out together. Like family. I also included the names of 2 credit monitoring services and advised them to stop using my identity or I'd take it to the DA next time. And then I did the one thing they never thought I'd do. I blocked every number, my mom, my dad, Jackie, Jack, and Rachel, every email, every social. I deleted the family group chat entirely. The only person I didn't block was Uncle Mike. Weeks passed. Then one night he called, said he had something to tell me. They said you're not their son anymore, he said. Your mom said she has one child now, that they only have Jackie. I waited for the regret in his voice. It didn't come. They'll never say it out loud, but they know they screwed it all up. You were the only one who ever showed up for them, paid for them, cleaned up their crap, and they chose someone else over you. I'm sorry, Andrew. I didn't say anything for a while. Then I told him, I'm not angry anymore, but I'm done. And I meant it. I still live in the same apartment. Thor is still here. Still hates everyone but me. I started going on weekend trips alone. No matching shirts, no group photos, just peace. Every once in a while, I see their faces pop up on local news or tagged photos from some event. I scroll past like they're strangers because they are now, and I'm fine with that. 2 weeks passed. Life finally started to feel normal. I'd switched credit cards, updated all my passwords, and even got a new lock installed. I didn't look over my shoulder anymore. Thor and I had our routines. Morning walks, quiet evenings, zero family drama. I actually started sleeping through the night again. Then something strange happened. One afternoon, I got a letter in the mail. Handwritten, no return address. The handwriting looked familiar, but not from someone I expected. I opened it slowly, half expecting another guilt trip or insult. Instead, it was from the 14-year-old kid they brought on the trip. His name was Evan. I hadn't even known that until now. The letter was short, but it hit like a brick. Hi, Andrew. I know you probably don't want to hear from anyone connected to them, but I had to write this. I didn't understand everything that was going on when we were in Arizona, but I do now. I thought they were helping me. Turns out they just wanted me there because it made them look good. I didn't even want to go. I asked where you were and your sister told me you were too dramatic to be invited. Just wanted you to know it didn't sit right with me then, and it really doesn't now. There was no address, no phone number, just that. Caught me off guard. I hadn't thought about the kid once since all of it happened. He was just a symbol, really proof that I didn't matter to them. But now here he was writing a letter like a grown man, saying what my actual family couldn't. And it didn't stop there. 2 days later, I got another message. This one digital, an anonymous email with a burner address. No text, just an attachment. I opened it. It was a photo, a screenshot of a private group chat between Jackie, Jack, and my mom. The name of the group was Clean Sweep. The messages were timestamped from just before the glue incident. They were planning it not impulsively, strategically. How to get into my apartment, what to say if the police showed up, even who should bring the bags. It was disgusting and deliberate. The email ended with one sentence. I thought you should see what family really looks like. No signature, no name, but something told me it came from Uncle Mike. Maybe he'd seen the screenshots. Maybe Evan had passed them along. Either way, someone wanted me to know that this wasn't over because of guilt. It was over because I had finally seen it all clearly. I sat there for a long time after that, not angry, not sad, just done for real this time. Now on to the next story. Story 8. I drove 6 hours for Christmas Eve. They gave my seat to a neighbor. She's alone this year. My mom said, "We figured you'd be fine sitting in the kitchen." I said, "Sure," then took my coat and left. 30 minutes later, my sister texted, "Wow, can't handle being overlooked. Huh." I opened my banking app, froze the mortgage assistance, and shut down the streaming account mid-movie. But what they wrote at 9:04 p.m. changed everything. There has never been anything in my life more absurd than being told by my own parents that they didn't want me at Christmas dinner. Not just figuratively. I mean literally, not wanted, not welcome. Not enough chairs, not enough room, not enough me. They didn't say it like that, of course. They made it sound like I'd understand, like it was a reasonable sacrifice. I'd driven 6 hours to get there. Got stuck behind 2 jackknife semis. Listened to the same 20 songs looping on a half-working playlist. And stopped twice for gas station coffee that tasted like hot pennies. I was exhausted, but Christmas was Christmas. You go, even if it feels more like obligation than tradition. I walked through the front door, set my bag down, and my mom was already waiting there with this look like she'd been rehearsing the line all day. So, small change. We gave your seat to Mrs. Langford. She's alone this year. I blinked, thought maybe I misheard. She's sitting with us at the table. We thought you'd be fine having your plate in the kitchen. They said it like it was noble, like I was doing something kind, but I knew what this was. Mrs. Langford owns that discount flooring outlet 2 towns over. My parents had been circling her for months, trying to charm their way into a cheap deal on new hardwood for the living room. That's what my seat was worth. A potential discount on planks and glue. And the worst part? Mrs. Langford knew. She sat there at the table looking at me with this guilt-ridden smile, like even she felt how humiliating this was. I didn't argue. I didn't fight. I just said, okay. Turned around and walked back out the front door. No one followed me. I drove aimlessly for a while before ending up outside Maya's place. My cousin. She didn't know I was coming, but when she saw me standing on her porch, she opened the door without asking questions. I sat on her couch and watched Die Hard while eating whatever frozen pizza she had in the freezer. At 8:30, I got a message from my sister. Wow. Can't handle being ignored. Huh. That's what she sent. Like it was a joke. Like I was some brat throwing a fit because I wasn't the center of attention. I opened my banking app, stared at the balance for a while, then I froze the mortgage payment. After that, I went into my Netflix account, the one we all used, and canceled it. Gone. All 5 profiles, including the one my dad labeled the big guy. But the real thing that broke me happened at 9:04. A text from Dad's number signed by both of them. We talked about it. You've always been a failure. You ruin every holiday, every get-together. We don't need you anymore. That was it. Clean. Final. I showed Maya. She didn't say anything. Just handed me a drink. And that's when something shifted. Not rage, not sadness, just clarity. They didn't know what I built, what I owned, what they relied on. But they were about to find out. I didn't sleep that night. Not because I was hurt. Honestly, that faded somewhere between Maya handing me a drink and me canceling their Netflix account. But because I couldn't stop thinking. My brain had gone mechanical. Everything was cold and sharp and methodical. I wasn't thinking about the past. I was thinking about what they leaned on me for, what I'd built, what they used, and how I could take all of it back. By sunrise, I was sitting at Maya's kitchen table with my laptop open and coffee that she brewed without saying a word. She knew. She'd seen it in my face the night before. She didn't ask questions. First thing I did was log into the back end of the company I run. I started it in my 20s. Tech support and IT systems. First just local, now nationwide. They had no idea how far it had grown. They thought I fixed printers and set up emails. But the truth is, half the systems in their house were supported by software my company manages. I was the one who installed everything. The mesh Wi-Fi, the smart locks, the alarm system, the cloud storage backups. All under my business account, not theirs. At 7:10 a.m., I suspended their cloud license. That would kill their home camera network, the automatic door locks, and the thermostat control. Gone. Then I logged into our family phone plan. I paid for 5 lines. Mine, theirs, and my sister's. I didn't cancel. That would have been too easy. I transferred ownership to them. All of it. If they didn't accept it in 72 hours, the lines would go dead. They'd been coasting on me for years. Quietly, indirectly, every holiday, every event, it was the same. I'd come in with my laptop, fix what was broken, add new tools, improve their life. They never said thank you, never asked what it cost. It was expected. Then came the mortgage. This one took longer. I had to contact the lender directly. They remembered me. I'd done a favor for one of their reps with a massive server failure last year. I explained I wanted to be removed from the cosigner agreement on my parents' refinance. That kicked off a review process. I knew they wouldn't qualify on their own. Not anymore. Not without me. After that, I went after the small stuff. Hulu billing transferred. The password manager they used deactivated. Their access to my Amazon Prime? Gone. The storage unit I paid for that held all the old holiday decorations and my dad's vintage tools? Lease canceled. I sat back in my chair after a few hours and finally looked up. Maya was on the couch with her laptop, scrolling like she was doing her own version of cleanup. She caught my eye and gave this little nod. "They're not used to the world without you," she said. That hit me because it was true. That afternoon, I got the first message. My sister again. "Why aren't the security cameras working?" I ignored it. Then one from Mom. "The mortgage company called. Are you messing with something? You need to fix this." Fix. Always that word. By early evening, I got one from Dad. Just one line. "This is childish." That one made me laugh. At 9:17 p.m., the Netflix thread popped off with 3 people trying to figure out why they couldn't log in. I didn't respond to any of it until right before bed. Then I sent one message. "You said you didn't need me." No emoji, no punctuation, and I turned off my phone. But I wasn't done. Not even close. Because what I hadn't told them yet was how much more was tied to me and how I wasn't finished cutting them loose. Not until they felt it in every corner of their perfect, curated little life. I expected silence. I thought they'd retreat into that smug little bubble they'd always used when someone upset the balance. Talk behind closed doors, twist the story in their favor, then act like they were above it all. But they didn't even last a day. By morning, they came at me. At exactly 8:04 a.m., I got the first message. Group text from my parents and sister. Dad went first. "You're being dramatic. Grow up." Then my sister. "You've always been the outsider anyway. Why are you acting surprised now?" And my mom, of course, the cherry on top. "You think we owe you for things we never asked for? You're not a martyr, John. Stop playing the victim." I read it 3 times. Not because it hurt. I just couldn't believe they were still trying to pretend none of this was real, that I didn't exist as the backbone of half their lives. So I didn't reply. I logged into my company's admin portal instead. My business was never small. IT systems, back-end security, cloud storage, cybersecurity protocols. We handled everything from server rooms to home automation for mid-sized businesses. But 2 of our earliest clients were family. My parents' accounting firm and my uncle's dental clinic. I'd put them into our infrastructure back when I was still building the company. Gave them free access to tools. Did all the setup myself. I never billed them. Not once. They called it helping family. I called it unpaid labor. I clicked into the system, pulled up both client profiles, and reclassified them as terminated accounts. It wasn't just about emails and printers. I controlled their entire system, their firewalls, password protocols, software updates, even their backup recovery. Gone with one click. I didn't shut anything down maliciously, but I stripped out my company's tools. I left a message in their admin dashboard. This system was maintained at no cost for over a decade. Effective today, your account has been closed. Thank you. By noon, my phone started blowing up. Missed calls from my mom, my dad, even my uncle. I didn't answer any of them. Maya was sitting on the other side of the kitchen watching me quietly. Then she got a call. My mom was trying her now. She declined it. We sat in silence for a while until Maya finally spoke. "They never thought you'd stand up to them. They're not mad. They're scared." She wasn't wrong. At 2:36 p.m., my dad finally broke. He sent a message that read, "You never amounted to anything. You think this makes you powerful? We pitied you." That one didn't sting. It made me laugh because he had no idea. They had no idea that I owned half the software their business depended on, that I negotiated their vendor contracts, that the security certificates tied to their domain were purchased under my name. They never asked how anything worked. They just expected it to. So I made another call, quietly, to a client of mine who specialized in business tech support for less prepared clients. I told him they'd be reaching out soon. I told him to charge them market rate plus priority fees. Nothing malicious, just business. Then I took a walk with Maya. We hadn't done that in years. Ended up by this old lake house that used to be our childhood summer spot. She was the only one in the family who never tried to manipulate or guilt me. She always kept her distance. But now she turned to me and said something that stuck. They treated me like I was selfish for wanting to be my own person. They're just mad you're finally doing it, too. When we got back, my email inbox was flooded. My dad, now panicked, had sent messages asking for system backups. My uncle had written a message with the subject line urgent. Need help restoring server access. My mom had sent a string of emails about not understanding what went wrong with their accounting platform. I didn't reply to any of it. Instead, I called my financial advisor. I told him to move my holdings into a new trust, one that explicitly excluded my parents and sister from any potential access. I wasn't going to bankroll their futures anymore, especially not after what they'd said. At 9:40 p.m., I got another text from my sister. Hope this was worth it. You're alone now. I turned to Maya and read it out loud. She just shook her head. No, he's not. That was the difference. I wasn't alone. They were. And it was only just starting to hit them. By morning, everything felt quieter, but not in a peaceful way. The silence had weight now, like a house where the pipes have burst behind the walls, but no one wants to open them up and look. I didn't even check my phone until after coffee. I already knew what I'd find. Sure enough, there it was. An email from the front desk manager at my uncle's clinic. Subject: We're completely locked out. Please help. She didn't even try to pretend it was business as usual. She said they couldn't access patient files, couldn't process billing, and were being forced to reschedule appointments because their systems had gone dark overnight. No backups, no alternate setup, nothing. She said, "We thought everything was hosted independently. We didn't know it was all you." I didn't respond. I forwarded the email to a colleague I trusted at a commercial IT firm that charges real rates and doesn't tolerate non-paying family clients. I added a note. They'll be needing full system recovery and reinstallation. Bill at your standard emergency rate. 2 hours later, I got a string of texts from my mom. First one, let's talk. Then, we didn't mean it. We were drinking. We were stressed. Everyone says things they don't mean around the holidays. That phrase, everyone says things, hit like a rotten echo because I remembered every time they'd said something ugly, then expected forgiveness just because time passed. That's how they operated. Say it, deny it, pretend it was a joke, and then blame you for remembering. Then the longer message came in, one that clearly took her a few drafts. It wasn't about not wanting you there. We were trying to help Mrs. Langford feel included. She's important to us, especially now that she's giving us a deal on the new flooring. We thought you'd understand. That was the moment, the one where it all turned real. They didn't deny it. They just explained it like it made sense. Like trading me for cheaper hardwood flooring was reasonable family strategy. I read it out loud to Maya. She didn't even blink. Just said, "So your seat was worth $2 a square foot." I laughed, but it wasn't a happy laugh. I couldn't believe I had ever called these people mine. At around 2 that afternoon, my dad called Maya. He didn't even bother trying me directly anymore. She didn't answer, but he left a voicemail, long, nervous, rambling. We listened to it on speaker. He said he didn't realize how much of the business infrastructure relied on me. He admitted they thought I was just fixing computers and didn't realize I tied the entire back end of their firm to my company's architecture. Then he said something that stuck with me. "We just thought you liked helping. You never asked for anything, right? Because if you never ask, they don't have to give. And if you don't make noise, they call you quiet instead of invisible." At 4:19 p.m., I got a text from my cousin Ellie, my uncle's daughter. She said she heard what happened. Then she dropped the real kicker. "They're trying to spin it like you destroyed the family. They told me to stay away from you. Said you were dangerous now." Dangerous. Like standing up for yourself is a threat. Like they're afraid of what I might say, or worse, what I might no longer do for them. I called Ellie. We talked for nearly an hour. She told me stories that made mine sound tame. Pressured to take over the clinic, to marry someone from their church circle, to behave. When she refused, they called her ungrateful. Said she was throwing away everything they built for her. Sound familiar? By the end of the call, Ellie told me she was cutting ties with them, too. Said she'd rather rebuild everything from scratch than owe them another thing. She told me she admired what I was doing. I didn't know how to respond. No one had ever said that to me before. Not in this family. That night, just before 10 o'clock, my phone buzzed again. My sister. Are you still paying for my spring tuition? She didn't even try to hide it behind small talk. I stared at it for a minute, then typed, no, and hit send. I could picture her reaction, her face falling, her hands shaking, maybe even running to our mom with the phone. And I could imagine what my mom would say. He's just being dramatic. He'll come around. But this time I wasn't coming around. This wasn't revenge. This was rebalancing. I wasn't taking anything from them they hadn't already tossed aside. I was just refusing to be their safety net while they set the house on fire. By midnight, Maya and I were sitting on the porch wrapped in old blankets, not saying much. She broke the silence first. They're going to come here. You know that, right? I nodded. Let them. They showed up the next afternoon. I knew they would. Maya knew too. The only question was how long it would take before pride buckled under panic. The doorbell rang just after 2 o'clock. I didn't get up. Maya did. She opened the door, didn't invite them in. It was my mom, dad, and sister standing there like they were on some sort of apology tour, but with none of the apology part figured out. I stayed sitting at the kitchen table. I heard my mom ask if they could come in. Maya said they could stand on the porch. That was it. They didn't like that. My dad pushed past her anyway. Walked in like he still owned the place. My mom followed but slower. My sister just stood at the edge of the porch, arms crossed. He tried starting with something neutral. You look tired, John. I didn't respond. My mom started into her speech about how families fight, how Christmas was stressful, how things had been taken out of context. She said they didn't mean what they said in the messages, that it was just talk, that they were embarrassed. Then came the phrase I was waiting for. We need you. There it was. No apology, just need. As if saying the truth outright would reset the board. Like if they could just admit it, I'd undo everything. I stood up. Maya stepped beside me and I said it plainly. You didn't want me. You made that clear. You said I ruined everything. My dad tried to cut in. Started saying something about heat of the moment. I kept going. You used what I gave you, took credit for what I built, and when I stopped giving, you called me dangerous, a failure, and now you want the system back, not the sun. My sister finally snapped. So, you're just cutting everyone off because of one night? I laughed. For the first time in days, it was real. This isn't about one night. This is about 20 years. My mom's voice cracked, but I didn't care. She said something about how none of this was intentional, and they were just trying to make the best of the holiday, and they didn't know how much I'd done. That last one, that's the part that sealed it. You didn't know because you didn't care. It worked, and that was enough. I told them to leave. They didn't argue. But before my dad stepped out the door, he said something that almost sounded like a threat. You'll regret this. Family is all you have. And I said, no. Maya's family. Ellie's family. You're just people I grew up around. After they left, I checked my phone. Another email had come in, this time from the mortgage lender. They'd officially removed me from the co-signing documents. My parents were now fully responsible for their payments, and judging by the rates and the loss of my credit rating in the deal, they were going to have a hell of a time keeping up. At 8:17 p.m., my sister texted one last time. You were always jealous of how close we were. I didn't respond. I forwarded the message to Ellie. She responded a minute later. Insane. Do they even hear themselves? Then she added, I'm coming over this weekend. We need to talk. I have an idea. The pieces were moving. The circle was shifting. And the ones who had always been so sure of their control were now completely exposed. No tech to hide behind. No money I'd wired them. No security I'd quietly maintained. Just them in their big house on their own, paying full price for everything they used to get for free. And that was the point. Not to destroy them, just to show them what it feels like to stand alone. Ellie showed up Saturday just before noon, holding 2 coffees and a folder under her arm. She didn't bother knocking. Maya had already told her to walk in. She looked around, smiled like she hadn't been able to breathe all week, and dropped the folder onto the kitchen table. "This is everything," she said. "Emails, messages, even screenshots. I've been collecting it for years." I opened it slowly, expecting drama. But what I saw was worse. Cold manipulation, veiled threats from my uncle about pulling her out of his will, attempts by my dad to get her fired from a job she'd taken in a firm he didn't approve of. It was like reading my own story, just with different names and a slightly different flavor of betrayal. "They've done this to all of us," she said, "just in different ways. I was always the obedient one until I wasn't." She looked up at me. "I want out, not just emotionally, legally. I want to start something new, something that isn't tied to them. I want you in." I didn't answer right away. I just stared at the folder. It had been days since my parents left my cousin's porch, and I hadn't heard a word since. No new calls, no new messages, silence. But it wasn't peace. It was regrouping. I knew them well enough to know they were planning the next move. Maybe contacting family, friends, maybe trying to twist the narrative. Maya spoke up. "We could turn this into something. The 3 of us. You've got the tech. Ellie's got management. I know marketing. Let them keep the scraps." That night, I drove to my childhood home, not to reconcile, to close the door properly. The house looked smaller. I parked out front and sat there for 5 minutes before getting out. My dad opened the door. My mom stood behind him as if waiting to gauge my mood. My sister was nowhere in sight. I walked in without saying a word and stood in the living room, scanning the same furniture that used to feel like part of my life. Now it looked like a stage set for something fake. "I came to say thank you," I said. They looked confused. "Thank you for reminding me who you really are, for pushing me far enough to see it." My mom's eyes welled up and she reached out, but I stepped back. "You don't get to cry and keep the benefits." My dad tried to speak, but I didn't care what he had to say. I looked at both of them. "You made me feel like a placeholder my entire life. You only called it love when it was convenient. Now it's your turn to figure out who you are without me fixing everything behind the scenes." I walked out. Maya was waiting in the car. Ellie texted just as I buckled in. "We're building this and we're leaving them behind." And we did. In the months that followed, we launched a new firm, fully independent. Every day was a quiet kind of healing. There were no big speeches, no final blowouts, just distance and clarity. My parents sold the house less than a year later. The mortgage had caught up with them. My sister dropped out of college. They tried reaching out again, but by then, I was somewhere else, somewhere real. They weren't villains. They were just selfish, small people who believed love was leverage. And now they were on their own. The same way they'd wanted me to be that Christmas Eve. Only difference, I didn't end up alone. They did. The update. A few months after we launched our new firm, something totally unexpected landed on my desk. A written apology from our old neighbor, Mrs. Langford. She'd been watching from the sidelines. And apparently, the moment she saw our startup gain traction in a regional tech magazine, she realized what we'd been doing and what my parents had tried to cover up. She'd always felt awkward that Christmas Eve, and now she wanted to own that moment. Her message was genuine, handwritten, a rarity these days. She wrote that she felt like a pawn in their scheme, apologized for standing at their table when I wasn't welcome, and strangest of all, offered to refer our new company to all her contracting clients. She signed it, "Not alone this Christmas." I told Maya and Ellie about it and we laughed. Not out of mockery, but relief. That one person had seen the truth and decided to do something honest. It didn't undo the past, but it was a small gift. The update didn't hit my parents or my sister in the headlines. They had their own problems now and rarely called. But in that envelope, stuffed between the thank you note and a Collins Roofing referral list, was a single Christmas card with no names inside, just a drawing of a pine tree and the words, "Next year, no furniture trades." I smiled at that, then tucked it into my office drawer alongside a photo of me, Maya, and Ellie on launch day, grinning like we'd already won. Turns out, sometimes the unexpected ally isn't the one you saved. It's the one who quietly remembers you when nobody else does. Now on to the next story. Story 9. I bought my selfish dad a luxury SUV for his retirement. But at family dinner, he said, "Let's drink to my stupid son who thinks that by buying me a car, I will respect him." It's funny. All relatives were silent and waiting for some kind of reaction from me. But I quietly left and took the car. This morning, my phone exploded with 20 missed calls from Dad. And later my dad has always had this charm that draws people in. He knows how to talk, how to make people laugh, how to make them feel important for a minute. But that charm always had a switch, and it flipped quickly if you got too close. Growing up, I learned to live with the fact that I wasn't one of the people he used it on. He had a way of undercutting everything I did. I could get a promotion, buy a house, fix his old lawnmower without being asked. None of it ever really mattered. Megan, on the other hand, was praised for texting him back. She's younger, and to be fair, she never played along, never tried to win his approval. But somehow that made it easier for him to give it to her. I always thought I just hadn't earned it yet. So when Dad announced he was finally retiring after 35 years in real estate, I figured I had my chance. I've been doing well. My business was finally taking off after years of struggling. And I wanted to do something big. Not to buy love or respect, but maybe to say, "Look, I did it. Maybe you can see me now." He'd always talked about this particular SUV, one of those luxury models with a name that sounds like a spaceship. He said it was the only car worth having, but he would never buy it because men earn what they drive. I ordered it 3 months before the retirement party, had it delivered to the restaurant with a big red ribbon and everything. I told the valet to wait until dessert. Everyone was there, our whole family, some of Dad's old coworkers, Megan and her fiancé, even Mom, who somehow is still playing peacekeeper after all these years. The dinner actually went well. People joked around, toasts were made. I got up last, said a few words about his work ethic, the example he set, and how I hoped the car would help him enjoy his retirement. Then he stood up, raised his glass, looked right at me and said, "Let's drink to my stupid son who thinks that by buying me a car, I'm finally going to respect him." That's funny. He sat down like it was nothing. Everyone froze. Megan didn't even look up. My mother blinked and reached for her wine. One of his old coworkers gave me this awkward half-smile like he wasn't sure if it was a joke or not. And just like that, I was done. I didn't argue. I didn't try to explain. I just got up and walked out, called the tow truck from the parking lot, told them to pick up the SUV and bring it back to me. The valet looked confused. I gave him an extra 100 and told him not to ask any questions. When I got home, I felt something I hadn't felt in years. Not anger, not shame, just clarity. The SUV was in my driveway before midnight. It looked better there anyway. The next morning, I woke up to 20 missed calls from my father. He started texting. Short messages at first, then longer. I ignored them, made coffee, stared at the SUV like it was a monument to something I should have done years ago. And then just before noon, Megan showed up at my door. She didn't even knock. She just walked in, closed the door behind her, and said, "You won't believe what he's doing." Megan had never shown up at my house unannounced before. She stood there holding her phone, her face pale as if she'd just come from a funeral. She handed it to me without saying a word. It was a group chat with our dad, Mom, her, and some of our uncles. He'd sent a picture of the SUV in my driveway. Yes, he must have followed the tow truck home. A message underneath. "Brian just proved that he doesn't respect family. That car was a gift. He's lucky I don't call the cops." Another message came in while I was holding the phone. "We need to talk or things will get ugly." I looked at Megan. "He followed the truck?" She nodded. "He waited outside the restaurant. Then he followed it to your house. He's been driving by your house since last night. Brian, he says you stole it." I laughed at first. It was too crazy not to. But she didn't smile. "He's serious. He called Uncle Jared this morning and said you're unstable. That you've always resented him. That you tried to humiliate him in front of the family." I sat down slowly. My dad, the man who used to forget my birthday, was now building a campaign to paint me as a lunatic because I took back the car he taunted me about. I scrolled up in the chat and saw him twisting the story. According to him, I stormed out in tears, yelled about being disrespected, then took the gift and threatened to sue. Then Megan said something I wasn't expecting. "You should be careful. He's not just angry. He's planning something." I looked up. "Like what?" "He's been calling people. He talked to your landlord. Your office? He even called Mom's friend at the city permit office." "For what?" Megan hesitated. "He told her he thinks you're committing tax fraud, that you're using your business for shady deals." I stared at her. "He's actually trying to ruin me?" She nodded. I was still processing that when my phone buzzed. A voicemail from my office manager. She sounded nervous. "Hey Brian, just wanted to give you a heads up. Someone claiming to be from the IRS called and asked about your business records. They knew things they weren't supposed to know." I sat back stunned. This wasn't about the SUV. This was about control. I hadn't just embarrassed him at dinner. I'd taken away his last performance. For once, he wasn't the star. And now he was doing what he always did. Only louder, meaner, and with more people watching. But here's what he didn't realize. I had been prepared for this. Maybe not this exact explosion, but something like it. I'd spent years hoping he'd change while quietly documenting it all. Screenshots, emails, voicemails, even an old message from him basically bragging about writing off fake expenses when he was still working. I looked at Megan. "He wants to play dirty," I said. She raised an eyebrow. "You got something?" "Oh yeah," I said. "And if he wants a war, he's about to find out how much I've been holding back." And I wasn't just talking about him. There was someone else who'd been helping him behind the scenes. I just didn't know who yet. But that was about to change. I didn't go to work that day. I couldn't concentrate. I sat in my kitchen with my laptop open, staring at a folder I never thought I'd actually use. I'd been keeping records for years just in case. Bank transfers, questionable invoices, copies of contracts my dad used in his real estate business that I knew were fake. I never intended to expose him with them. At the time, it felt like insurance, something to remind me that I wasn't crazy, that what he was doing wasn't normal. But now, it wasn't just about protecting myself. He was after my life, my work, my name. And that kind of attack doesn't end with an apology. It ends when the person attacking you no longer has the power to do so. I began to make a plan. Step 1 was to leak just enough to make him sweat. Not to the police. Not yet. I wanted the walls to close in slowly. I called Sasha, an old friend from college who now runs a forensic accounting firm. She's cleaned up enough messes to know a train wreck before it hits the station. I emailed her my entire binder. 15 minutes later, she called me. "Brian, this isn't just messy. This is prison chaos." I asked her to prepare a summary file enough to scare the hell out of him. I wanted something I could send anonymously to every one of his former business partners, the state licensing board, and some of the people at the country club he always bragged about. She agreed. I promised her a bonus if he tried to fight back. Late in the afternoon, Megan came by again. She looked worse than the day before. Phone in hand, scrolling quickly. "You'll want to sit down," she said. She showed me a group chat. Not the same one from before, a new one. This one was just Mom, Megan, and our dad. Mom had sent him my old utility records, the account numbers, the business post office box I set up when I moved. She didn't guess. She had access. All my life, I thought she was just quiet, passive, the kind that kept the peace no matter how bad things got. But this wasn't passive. This was intentional. I sat there reading texts between my own parents, making jokes about how Brian still thinks the car is important. And he always wanted to be important. It was like watching people you love talk about you like you're some delusional stranger. I didn't say anything. I got up, went to my home office, opened another folder. This one was called Back Burner. It contains something I never thought I'd use. The deed to a piece of property my father didn't know I owned. 7 years ago, I bought a small piece of land just outside the town where he grew up. It used to belong to my grandfather, but my dad sold it when he needed cash. I bought it back from a developer who never built anything on it. My dad always regretted selling that land. He used to talk about it like it was his biggest mistake. He wanted to build a cabin there, retire on it, pass it down. He didn't know I had it. And now I had another idea. I called the county, asked if I could get some survey flags and stakes, told them I wanted to develop the land, build a workshop, maybe a gate. I asked if I would need some kind of public notice if the access road ran close to the neighbor's property. The woman on the phone laughed and said, "Well, not unless your neighbors are going to cause trouble." Perfect. Megan was still in the kitchen when I returned. "I'm not going to war with him," I said. "I'm going to wipe him out piece by piece." She looked at me for a long time and said, "What if he tries to fight back?" I smiled. "That's what I'm counting on." 3 days later, my father showed up at my house. He didn't knock. He parked his car right behind the SUV he still called his. He got out in full golf gear and walked right up to the door like he owned the place. I only opened it because I wanted to see how far he'd take this. First thing he said, "You think you're smart, don't you?" He didn't ask to come in. He just stood there grinning like the king of some kingdom I no longer lived in. "I've heard from a few people. Seems you've been busy making calls, stirring up old garbage. You don't want to do that, Brian. You don't want to go against your own blood." I didn't answer. I waited. He stepped forward. "But if you do, you better hope you've got nothing to hide." This was his way of bluffing, trying to rattle me. He didn't know that I had already sent out a curated report to every single contact in his business circle, including the real estate licensing board and the IRS tip line. I made sure to drop enough credible evidence that an audit was all but guaranteed. I didn't need him to fall that day. I just needed the dominoes to start falling. And they did. That same morning, Mark, the former business partner who had given me the files, texted me. He called me, yelled at me. "You weren't lying. He's panicking." Good. But that wasn't the best part. The best part was the country. I hadn't told Megan everything, only that I owned it. What I hadn't said was what I was going to build on it. Not a cabin, not a workshop, a massive steel shipping container. You see, the road to this property is narrow. And in an interesting twist of fate, it passes by the back entrance to my dad's old vacation property. This land used to be the pride of the family. He doesn't live there anymore, but he keeps it pristine, partly because he's obsessed with heritage, partly because he still tells people he might develop it into a retreat someday. I had the county records pulled. His driveway half built on a public easement, half on land he doesn't technically own. That land is mine now. I scheduled the delivery of a 40-foot container, had it dropped off right on the driveway, right in front of his unused driveway. Bright orange. Could be seen from the highway. A note was taped to the side. "Private property. Trespassers will be prosecuted." I got a picture of him standing in front of it from a friend who lives nearby. He was furious, trying to tell a local sheriff's deputy that he owns this land, while the deputy pointed to the property line on a map and said, "No, sir, it belongs to your son." But the part that really shook me that night, Megan called. She'd gone to Mom's house to confront her about the texts. She expected tears, an apology, maybe a long-winded explanation. What she got was worse. Mom didn't deny it. She told Megan, "Brian has always needed limits. Your father and I knew he'd act out eventually." Act out. As if everything he did to me was discipline, and everything I did to defend myself was rebellion. I listened in silence. Then Megan said something I hadn't expected. "I found something in her closet, hidden under a pile of old tax records. It was a letter, not addressed to anyone, just folded. It was from Dad to you years ago." "What did it say?" "I don't know. I only read the first line before she snatched it away. But the first line was enough." I waited. Megan said it started, "I never wanted a son." I didn't say anything because now I wasn't just dismantling a man. I was digging up the blueprints of someone else's construction and finding out that I was never meant to be part of the design. Before the letter, before Megan stood in my kitchen with that sentence burned into her eyes, before I even knew how deep this was going, there was the container. When it arrived on my land, I wasn't watching from the window. I was out there with the crew. I wanted my boots in the dirt. I wanted to feel it hit the ground. I made sure it was dropped right on the curve of the road that went past the old vacation property. His property, the one he used to take Megan and me to once a year and spend the whole weekend talking about how great his future was going to be and how one day it would all be his legacy. I bolted this shipping container to concrete pads, bright orange, massive, and ugly. It didn't belong, and that was the point. I didn't want to block his driveway. I wanted to block his myth. By noon, I was getting calls from local numbers I didn't recognize. I let them go to voicemail. At 2 p.m., Megan sent me a text. "He's on his way to you." I didn't move. I stood by the container, leaned against it, and waited. Sure enough, 20 minutes later, his silver sedan pulled up in a fury of gravel and entitlement. He got out, slammed the door, and walked toward me as if I were trespassing on his property. "You think this is funny?" he said. I didn't answer. "You're going to move it." I still didn't answer. "You're going to stop whatever this little tantrum is. Or I swear." "Or what?" I said. That stopped him for a second. Then he laughed. The same fake laugh he used at family parties. As if the punchline was always at someone else's expense. "Brian, you can't win against me. You want to fight, fine, but you're going to lose everything. Family, business, name. People will forget you ever mattered." That's when I realized what it really was. He wasn't trying to win. He was trying to wipe me out. And not just now, he'd been doing it in small, quiet ways for years. Little moments, decisions, conversations where he made sure I was always a footnote, an afterthought in the story he was telling about himself. "I don't want to be remembered," I said. "I want to be remembered differently." He stepped closer and lowered his voice. "You don't know what I can do." "I do," I said. "That's the difference." He stood there for another moment, breathing as if he were going to punch me. Then he turned and walked back to his car and got out, spraying dirt. The next day, the real chaos began. I got a call from my old high school principal. Yeah, that coincidence. He said someone had called the school claiming to be from a newspaper asking for old disciplinary records on me. Records that didn't exist because I never had any. Then my business email was flooded. Fake customer inquiries, weird messages, a few threats that felt manufactured. I traced one of the IPs back to a VPN I recognized. A subscription I had once helped my father set up. Then came the last straw. The city zoning office contacted me. Someone had filed a complaint against the container. Claimed it was a hazard. Bet it obstructed a historic easement. The man was actually trying to get the city to cite me for property I owned. I called the city back. Sent them everything. Proof of ownership. Proof that the easement didn't apply. Even threw in a few subtle mentions of who I was and why the complaint was retaliatory. The city official chuckled. "Sounds like someone doesn't like your new perspective." She said, "You're fine." That night, Megan texted me, "Can we talk? I found something you need to see." I told her to come over. She brought the letter. The part one hadn't seen yet. The words that would finally shatter what was left of the illusion. The final confirmation that all this time, all these years, I hadn't just been fighting for acceptance. I'd been fighting to exist in a story that was never written for me. Megan handed me the letter like it was something you didn't just read, you prepared for. I sat down with it while she paced near the window. I slowly unfolded the pages. Yellowed edges, ink slightly smudged from age or maybe sweaty hands the day it was written. I never wanted a son. No warm-up, no gentle introduction. Just a line, honest like a knife. It went on. Boys grow up trying to beat you. They don't admire. They replace. Girls stay grateful. They know where the power is and don't pretend it's theirs. The next paragraph was directed at me. Brian used to look at me like he saw through everything I built, like I wasn't real to him, like the house, the job, the reputation. None of it made me enough. I thought he'd grow out of it, but he just got quieter. And then worse, he became successful. He wasn't afraid of losing me. He was afraid of being exposed by me. I wasn't a son to him. I was a mirror, and he hated the reflection. I read on. There was no apology, no remorse, just bitterness. If he ever tries to confront me, I'll know I was right all along, that he's still just a boy who couldn't accept his father as the final word. I put the letter down and looked at Megan. She didn't say anything. She didn't have to. For the first time, I realized that I wasn't angry. I was done. I went to my laptop and opened the folder I named Bridge. It had everything. Screenshots of fake customer lists, the audio file of him slipping up and admitting to hiding income in shell accounts, the message from Mom forwarding one of my business records in case he needed it. But I added one more thing before I sent it. A scan of the letter. I titled the email, "For the Record." I sent it to the entire family, his old work contacts, and the state board. I didn't add any comments. No defense, just the facts. I wanted them to see him without the charm, without the filter. I hit send and closed the laptop. An hour later, the phone lit up. Jared. What the hell is this? Aunt Lorraine. I always knew there was something wrong with him. Mom? Nothing. Not a word. Dad left the group chat, blocked my number. But that wasn't the end of it. The next morning I got a visit. Not from Megan. Not from a lawyer. It was Mark. The guy my dad burned a decade ago. The former partner he'd written out of the company. Slandered. And then pretended never existed. He handed me an envelope. State board complaint, he said. I filed it. I used everything you sent me. I wasn't going to. But then I read this letter and I remembered the way he talked about you when you were a teenager, like you were a mistake. Inside were notarized forms, witness statements, old financial records Mark had kept out of spite or prudence. It was all there. He's done, he said. He just doesn't know it yet. He turned to leave but stopped at the door. You know he's going to try something else, right? I nodded. Let him. I visited the property later that day. The container was still there, still blocking the way to his precious retreat. I unlocked the doors. Inside was empty space, cold steel, echoing. But I had a plan for it now. It wouldn't sit there forever. I applied for a permit to build a memorial garden on the land. Not for him, for me, for my peace. A place no one could touch. Fenced off, quiet with just a plaque. Some bridges burn themselves. Let them. 2 weeks later, the audit notice arrived at his address. 3 weeks after that, Megan officially broke up with Mom. She moved into an apartment she paid for herself. She started therapy. I helped her with the security deposit. The SUV, I gave it to a local charity, not out of spite, because I didn't want anything left that reminded me of trying to earn something from someone who never had anything worth giving. As for me, I didn't go public. I didn't drag him through the mud. I didn't need to. Because when you tear down a man's lies, his legacy collapses with them silently, permanently. And when the dust settles, you realize you never needed their approval. You just had to stop asking for it. Update 1. 2 weeks after everything went out, the mail, the evidence, the letter, I thought it would all die down. Didn't. It got quieter, sure, but not in a peaceful way. More like the silence in a room right after a window breaks. No one's sure if they should look or pretend nothing happened. Megan hadn't heard a word from Mom. Not a question, not a phone call, not a denial, just silence, which in its way said everything. I'd moved on for the most part. My days were normal again. I went back to work. Clients never heard a whisper of the family drama. My systems held up. No leaks, no fallout. In fact, I got 2 new referrals that week. I had a strange moment sitting in my office wondering if this was what peace really felt like. Then I got a letter in the mail. Typed, no return address, but I recognized the formatting. Legal. Inside, a cease and desist from my father. It accused me of slander, libel, and emotional distress. It demanded that I formally retract all distributed materials and communications that defamed the character of Mr. Richardson. I sat there for a minute, not angry, just impressed. The man still thought this was a PR issue. Still thought it was about ego. Still thought he could threaten me into backing down. I handed the letter to my lawyer and she almost laughed. He doesn't have a case, she said. And even if he did, the minute he goes to court, this whole letter you found, his voicemails, he'll bury himself. We filed a response. No, I haven't heard from him since. But the real surprise came the following Friday. Megan called. Check your email, she said. I opened it. It was a scan of a handwritten letter. Not from Dad, from Mom. It started quietly. Brian, I didn't know what I was doing. I just thought I was protecting our family. I never hated you. I just kept quiet because I thought it was easier. She went on to explain that she never thought Dad would go this far. That when she helped him track down some of my business details, she didn't think it would escalate, that she thought I'd cool off and everything would blow over. Then came the part that didn't make sense. She wrote, "I'm sorry about the letter. I knew about it, but I didn't write it, and neither did your father." I stopped reading. I called Megan. "What do you mean neither of them wrote it?" She was quiet. I talked to Aunt Lorraine. She said she remembered the letter. Not because she saw it, but because she heard something a few years ago. Dad told Uncle Jared about a letter I wrote just in case I ever needed it. I felt the pieces start to fall into place. "What kind of letter?" I asked. "A fake one," she said. "He wrote it to make it look old, so that if things ever went wrong with you, he could use it to make you look unstable, like you were the problem all along." I sat staring at my wall. He planted the letter. He wrote it, dated it years ago, hid it where he knew someone would find it, someone like Mom, and leak it when it suited him. He knew exactly what that first line would do to me, and it worked. For a moment, it really did work. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.